Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I hadn't talked to Craig since high school, and even then, talked was generous. He was more of a peripheral person in my life, a friend of a friend, someone who was always around but never central. We had a couple classes together, maybe a few mutual parties. I remember him mostly as that kid who laughed too loud, always had something to prove, and somehow knew everything about everyone. So when he messaged me out of nowhere, nearly 10 years later, I was surprised. It was one of those casual Facebook messages, the kind you glance at and almost ignore. Craig T. Hey man, I think we used to run in the same circles. You still in town? I didn't see any harm in replying. I had just moved back to my hometown after years away. Work fell through in the city, rent got ridiculous, and I figured coming back would give me a chance to regroup. I was between jobs doing some contract design work from home. Most of my old friends had moved on, or at least moved out, so I was open to reconnecting. We grabbed a beer that Friday, some dive bar off Main Street I hadn't been to since college. Craig was different than I remembered, or maybe just older. He still talked a lot, but now there was a weird kind of charm to it, like he'd been through things and come out with stories. He was intense, sure, but he was funny too. Charismatic in that way people are when they seem completely unfiltered. We talked for a few hours about jobs, relationships, old classmates, the usual surface level stuff. He said he was working in private logistics, which sounded vague, but I didn't push. He asked if I still saw anyone from back in the day. I told him no, not really. He nodded, grinned. Then I guess I'm your oldest friend now. It was a joke, but something about the way he said it stuck with me. Over the next few weeks, we started hanging out more. Nothing crazy, bar meetups, backyard beers, occasional dinners when I felt like cooking, and he didn't feel like eating alone. He always brought something, a six-pack, takeout, once even a bag of steaks he got cheap from a guy at work. I appreciated the company. Living alone, especially in a town that used to feel like home but didn't anymore, gets heavy fast. But after a while, I started noticing things. He'd show up unannounced. Not often, but just enough to be unsettling. Once on a Sunday morning, I opened the door in my boxers thinking it was a delivery, and found Craig standing there, holding 2 coffees like we had plans. Figured you'd be up, he said. Didn't want these to go to waste. I hadn't heard from him in 2 days. Another time I came home from the grocery store and found him in my backyard, feet up on the patio table, smoking a cigarette. I was in the area, he said, grinning like this was normal. And maybe it would have been if we were tighter friends, but we weren't. He started asking more personal questions too. What time I went to bed, if I still locked the windows upstairs, what I did when I couldn't sleep. I laughed some of them off, gave vague answers, but I was starting to feel observed. I didn't want to be rude. I didn't want to assume anything. People drift in and out of your life all the time. Maybe he was lonely too. Then came the night he stayed over. We were drinking more than usual. He brought some whiskey he said he'd been saving, and we polished off most of the bottle between the two of us. I offered the couch. He accepted. Around 2 a.m., I crashed in my room. He was still up, watching something on TV. I heard the volume low through the wall. When I woke up the next morning, he was gone. At first, I thought nothing of it. The blanket was folded on the couch, the empty bottle left on the counter. But then I noticed my spare house keys. The ones I kept in the drawer near the front door were missing. I texted him, casually. Me. Hey, good seeing you last night. You grabbed my spare keys by accident. Craig. Nope, didn't even know you had those. Maybe check your coat pockets. I thought I saw you digging through them. I checked. They weren't there. I didn't press the issue. Maybe I misplaced them. But something in his reply felt rehearsed. That was a week ago. 3 nights later, around 3:15 a.m., I woke up to a sound. Not loud, not obvious. Just a shift in the air, a creak, something that pulled me from sleep with that cold, slow dread that wraps around your spine before you're even awake enough to understand it. I lay there in the dark, listening. Nothing. Then the next day, I decided to check my security camera footage. I'd set up a cheap indoor cam 6 months earlier, mostly because of porch pirates. It wasn't fancy motion alerts, cloud saves, night vision. One angle, straight from the bookshelf across the living room. I pulled it up on my laptop. There, at 3 a.m., motion triggered. I pressed play. The footage showed my front door slowly opening. Craig stepped inside. He didn't flick on the lights. Didn't hesitate. He just walked through the living room, slowly, scanning, looking around like he was taking inventory. He didn't touch anything. Didn't take anything. Just stood in the center of the room, hands in his jacket pockets. Then, after maybe a minute, he turned and walked back out. I watched the clip 3 times. Each time, my heart pounded a little harder. I didn't remember dreaming anything that night. Didn't remember waking up, but he'd been there. In my house. While I slept. That was 3 days ago. I haven't heard from him since. And now, every night, I hear something. A door settling. A floorboard shifting. A whisper of air from a vent that suddenly feels like breath. Nothing in the house is out of place. Nothing is missing. But I swear, something's watching me. From inside. Since I watched the footage, I haven't been the same. I keep the lights on longer, double-check the windows, triple-check the doors, and still I don't sleep. That first night after seeing Craig on the camera, I sat in the living room with every lamp turned on, back to the wall, just watching. I didn't even realize I'd been holding a hammer in my hand until I dropped it out of sheer exhaustion around 4 in the morning. It's not that I'm afraid of him in the he might hurt me kind of way. At least, not yet. It's the not knowing what he wants, the intrusion. The fact that he walked into my house like he belonged there, not to steal, not to confront, just to be inside. Like he was inspecting something he already owned. The next morning, I texted him again. I kept it neutral. Me. "Hey man, weird question. Did you stop by the other night?" No response. 4 hours passed. Me. "Craig?" Still nothing. I stared at my phone all day. The text turned from delivered to read, and he never answered. By afternoon, I'd had enough. I called the non-emergency police line. I explained the situation. A man entered my house without permission, didn't take anything, but I had footage. I emailed it in while the officer on the phone took notes. His voice was calm, but I could tell he thought I was overreacting. Technically, if he had access to a key, and there are no signs of forced entry, it's murky. Still, someone will follow up. Do you know him well? No, that's the problem. Do you feel threatened? I paused. I don't know. I just feel watched. He told me someone would be in touch. That was it. The next night, I didn't wait to see if Craig would return. I left the house around 7 and checked into a cheap motel off the interstate. The kind where the front desk doesn't ask questions and the curtains don't quite reach the edges of the window. I used a fake name. Paid in cash. It felt paranoid, but the longer I sat in that room, the more I realized how far this had gotten under my skin. I sat on the edge of the bed, scrolling through the camera app again. Nothing new. I flipped back to the night Craig entered, pausing frame by frame. And that's when I saw it. In the background, barely visible, the hall closet door. It was open a crack when Craig walked in, closed when he left. I rewound, watched again. Open at 3 a.m. Closed at 5. But he never touched it. I watched his hands the whole time. They stayed in his pockets, never moved, not once. I rewound again. Open. Then closed. And something else. The faintest flicker, maybe a shadow, maybe a trick of the grainy feed, but I could swear something moved behind that door. I didn't go back to the house the next day. I called in a locksmith, had the entire system replaced, all the doors, all the locks, even the garage. I wanted no trace of the old keys, no chance of access. I watched from my car as they worked. The locksmith didn't ask many questions, just gave me a receipt and told me to stay safe. Nice guy. But he looked at me a little too long, like maybe I was the problem. I didn't care. That night, I returned to the house. And I brought a friend. Ryan was an old co-worker from a job I'd had years ago. We'd stayed in touch, and I trusted him more than anyone else. He was practical, calm, and most importantly, believed me. We walked the whole house together, checking every door, every window, every closet. When we got to the hallway, I stopped in front of the closet. This is where I think something's wrong. Ryan opened it slowly. Just coats, old shoes, a box of wires. But I stared at the back wall. Something felt off. I leaned in and knocked. It sounded hollow. Ryan noticed too. Together, we pulled the coats out, moved the box. And that's when we saw it, a panel, not a door, not exactly. Just a thin rectangle of drywall, not quite flush with the rest. Barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. He looked at me. You want to open it? I didn't. but I nodded anyway. He used a screwdriver to pry the edge. It came away with a soft pop. Behind it, darkness. A crawl space, narrow, maybe 2 feet deep, running the length of the wall. Ryan shined his flashlight inside. And then we both stepped back at the same time. Inside were wrappers, empty water bottles, a blanket, a phone charger, and worst of all, a pair of socks. Mine. Ryan whispered, "Jesus Christ, man." I didn't speak, couldn't. Someone had been living inside my house. Not just breaking in, staying, watching. The thought made my skin crawl. I backed away from the opening, bile rising in my throat. We called the police right then. They showed up within 20 minutes, took photos, bagged the items. They said they'd review prints, though warned that if he wore gloves, there might not be much to go on. One officer, an older guy with a tight jaw, pulled me aside. "You said he was a friend? Someone you let into your house?" I nodded. He sighed. "That's how they get close. Make you feel like you're the one who's overreacting. But this guy, he crossed a line." "I want to press charges," I said. "If we can find him, you'll have your chance." He handed me a case number and promised to follow up. That was last night. Now I'm sitting on my couch again, staring at the hall closet. It's sealed, boarded, taped, locked. But I can still feel it, that presence, that watching. And when I check my phone, new notification. Motion detected. Timestamp 3:12 a.m. This time the camera's facing the closet. And the footage? The panel shifts. Just a little. Just enough. After I watched the panel shift in the footage, just that half-inch tilt, like someone inside was pushing against it, I sat in the living room with every light on, my back to the front door and my eyes locked on the hallway. I held a crowbar in my lap. I don't know why I grabbed it instead of a bat or a kitchen knife. Maybe because it felt heavier, more permanent. I didn't call the cops right away. What would I even say? That I saw a board move? That I think someone is still in my house, maybe in the walls? I played the footage back again, slowed it down, frame by frame. At 3:11:47 a.m., the hallway was still. At 3:12:2, the panel lifted, maybe a few centimeters. A shadow shifted behind it. And by 3:12:15, it clicked back into place. No one came out. No one went in. And yet someone had moved it. Ryan called at 8 a.m., his voice groggy. "I couldn't sleep, man," he said. "That crawl space, I keep thinking about how small it is. You'd have to really want to be in there." "He was," I said. "I think he still is." Ryan paused. "You should get out." "I can't leave, not until I know." I couldn't explain it, not even to myself, but something in me refused to abandon the house. Maybe because the idea of leaving meant giving Craig power. Me fleeing my own life because he wouldn't stay out of it. That felt wrong, like surrendering. By noon, I'd made up my mind. I was going to open the panel myself. The police had bagged the stuff they found, taken their photos, and told me to seal it up for now, but they hadn't actually gone inside the crawl space. It wasn't technically large enough for an adult man to live in, they'd said. But then again, they hadn't seen the footage. I took the crowbar, a flashlight, and slid the panel off. The stale air hit me immediately dry, almost sour. I knelt down, shining the light inside. There was more space than I'd realized. The crawl space stretched farther than I thought. A narrow corridor that bent sharply to the left just 10 feet in. I couldn't see past the turn. "Jesus," I whispered. I sat back on my heels, debating my next move. Then I heard something. A scrape. Soft. Deliberate. From inside. I backed up fast, heart hammering. I wasn't going in. Not alone. Not without knowing he wasn't armed. I called the cops again. 2 officers came, both younger, both looking like they'd drawn the short straw. They brought a dog, a 9 unit that sniffed around the opening, ears perked. The dog didn't bark, didn't growl, just whined. The handler frowned. "That's not good." They slid on gloves and shined flashlights into the space. "I'm not crawling in there," one said. The other nodded. "We'll need to call in search and recovery, or someone from structural." The delay killed me. They marked the opening with tape, made notes, asked me the same questions again when I'd seen Craig last, what he said, what he wore. I repeated everything, word for word. But I could tell they weren't treating it like an emergency. To them, he was just a guy who overstayed his welcome, not a stalker, not a threat. That night, I went back to the motel. Not because I was scared, because I was tired, and because I needed to think. I didn't tell Ryan I left. I didn't tell the police either. But at around 2:50 a.m., I got a notification. Motion detected. I tapped the feed, dreading what I'd see. The hallway was empty. Then, at 3:01 a.m., the panel slid open again. And this time Craig crawled out. Slowly. Like he was stretching after a long nap. He stood up, brushed himself off, looked around, and then walked toward the kitchen. I fumbled to switch the feed to the other cam. He opened the fridge, drank straight from the orange juice carton, then shut it. He didn't touch anything else, just walked back to the hallway and disappeared through the panel again. I watched the whole thing unfold in real time. My breath caught in my throat. I was frozen, sitting on the edge of the motel bed, light from the phone casting long shadows against the wall. Craig was living in my house, coming out when he knew I was gone, making himself comfortable. He didn't want to steal anything. He wanted to belong. The next morning I took the footage to the station myself. I didn't bother calling. I walked in and demanded to see Harland, the lead officer assigned to the case. They brought him out after 15 minutes. He watched the clip with furrowed brows, expression hardening with every passing second. "All right," he said, "we'll issue a warrant. We'll sweep the whole property. If he's still there, we'll find him." Finally. They came in full force that afternoon, 2 cruisers, 3 officers, and a detective. They went through the crawl space with gear, gloves, headlamps. They found him, huddled behind the bend in the wall, curled in on himself like a spider in its web. He didn't fight, didn't scream, didn't even try to run. Just said, "I thought he wanted me here." They cuffed him and walked him out the front door. As they passed me, Craig turned his head, smiled. Not big, not sinister, just calm, like he knew something I didn't, like I'd let him in. I stared at him and said nothing. He disappeared into the cruiser without a word. It's been 2 weeks. The house is quiet now. Still, I replaced the panel with actual drywall, painted over it, moved a cabinet in front of it just in case. I sleep again most nights. Sometimes I still hear sounds, a creak here, a soft thump there, but I tell myself it's just the house settling. And when I check the cameras, nothing. But every now and then, I walk past the closet and think I hear breathing. Just on the other side. You'd think that after someone's arrested for squatting in your crawl space, someone you once shared beers and jokes with, you'd sleep better. You'd assume that everything clicks back into place once they're out of the house, out of your life. That's not what happened. The first 2 nights after Craig's arrest, I barely moved from the couch. I'd doze off with the TV on, jerk awake at every commercial break, heart racing for no reason. The 3rd night, I forced myself into bed and stared at the ceiling until sunrise. He was gone. The crawl space was sealed. The police had taken everything: his blanket, water bottles, the charger, even a small notepad they found with nonsense scribbled in red pen. Pages full of loops, names, symbols, numbers that didn't mean anything. Still, the detective said they'd keep it as evidence, said it might show intent. But the feeling he left behind didn't disappear with him. It lingered. I kept catching myself glancing at shadows, jumping at the sound of the fridge kicking on. I'd come out of the bathroom and pause, listening, not for anything specific, just listening. And always, that damn hallway closet. It had been boarded up, painted over, and pushed behind a heavy cabinet. There was no way in anymore, but still, I felt its presence. Like if I walked past too slowly, I'd hear breathing. Or worse, I'd feel someone holding theirs, waiting for me to pass. I told Ryan all of this over lunch. "You've got trauma," he said, tapping the side of his head. "What he did living in there, watching you, it sticks." "I get that," I said, "but it's more than just nerves. It's like he didn't leave, like there's a version of him still in the house." "You mean like a ghost?" Ryan said, half laughing. I gave him a look. "I'm serious," I said. He didn't laugh after that. The following day, a letter arrived. No return address, just my name, typed on the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, typewritten, neat. "I'm sorry I used the closet. I didn't know you'd find it so soon." No name. I sat at the kitchen table holding that paper with both hands, trying to understand what I was reading. I hadn't told anyone where I moved the cabinet. No one knew I covered the panel. And the police still had Craig in custody. I called Detective Harland immediately. "Has he been released?" "No," he said. "He's still being evaluated." "Evaluated?" "Psych hold. He's not cooperating, barely talking. We're waiting on the psych team's report." "Why?" I read the letter out loud. Harland went quiet. "We'll send someone to pick it up," he said. That night, I barely made it through a shower without yanking the curtain back every 30 seconds. The light flickered once in the hallway, and I damn near tore the breaker box open, convinced someone was in the basement. But again, nothing. 3 nights later, I heard my name. Whispered. Not loud, not panicked, just whispered. I was lying in bed, the covers pulled up, barely asleep when I heard it. "Hey." Then again, a little louder. "Hey, man, wake up." I sat up straight. Silence. I grabbed my phone, checked the camera app. No alerts. I got out of bed, barefoot, and made my way to the hallway. The air felt colder than usual, like a window had been left open. I checked. All shut, all locked. Then from the kitchen a click, like the sound of a light switch being flipped, only no light came on. I moved toward it, slow. The switch by the pantry was already up. I flicked it down, up, nothing. I backed away, heart pounding, feeling the weight of the house press in. That's when I noticed the front door. It was unlocked. Not wide open, just unlocked. I always locked it, always. I turned it slowly, locked it again, and stood there for a long minute trying to breathe. In the morning, I installed a second lock on the front door. Then I bought a motion-activated camera for inside the hallway, pointed directly at the closet. Even if I didn't believe in ghosts, I needed to see that nothing was coming in or out. I turned to old habits, coffee at all hours, late-night TV on mute, lights always on. The camera gave me some comfort at first. Then, on a Wednesday morning, I found a new notification. Motion detected, hallway cam, 3:43 a.m. I sat down, opened the app, and played it. The timestamp appeared, then the hallway empty, silent, bathed in that dim yellow light from the fixture overhead. At 3:43 and 21 seconds, something shifted. The cabinet. Just a tremble, a soft shudder. It moved forward less than an inch like someone had pushed from behind. Then it stopped. That was it. No one entered frame. Nothing came out. But the cabinet had moved. I checked it myself an hour later, measured the gap between it and the wall, took photos, compared it to the night before. It had definitely moved. That afternoon, I visited Craig. Not by choice. Detective Harland called, said Craig had asked to speak with me. "He's lucid today," he said. "Might help you close this out." Close it out. I hated that phrase, like it was something you could pack into a box, tape up, and move on from. I met Harland at the facility, a beige building with security glass and a smell that clung to your clothes. Craig sat across the table from me, wearing scrubs, no restraints. His hands were folded neatly on the table. He looked calm. Healthier even. "Hey," he said, "like we just run into each other at the grocery store. Thanks for coming." I didn't reply. He looked down at the table. "I know you probably hate me." Silence. He sighed. I just didn't want to be alone. That's all. You were always kind, back in school, even when I was weird. You broke into my home, I said. I didn't take anything, he said quickly. I just wanted to be there. You ever feel like you don't exist unless someone's watching you? He said it like it made perfect sense. I knew your routine, he continued. I never meant to scare you. I leaned forward. Did you send the letter? He tilted his head. What letter? The one that said you were sorry, about the closet. His eyes shifted, just for a second. I've been in here, he said, haven't left. I stared at him. He smiled. Small, closed lip. That same expression from the hallway footage. You sure I'm the only one you let in? I left without another word. And that night, the hallway camera caught something new. A light flickering under the closet. Just for a second. A dim glow, then gone. Like a candle had been lit, then snuffed out. I didn't tell anyone about the candlelight. Not Ryan, not the cops, definitely not the detective who sat across from me while I tried to explain that something was still inside my house, something besides Craig. Because if it wasn't Craig and I was starting to believe it wasn't, then who the hell was it? Or worse, what? The next few nights were quiet in the literal sense. No motion alerts, no new sounds, no creaks or whispers or shuffling cabinet. But that was the problem. It was too quiet. I couldn't sleep in my room anymore. The hallway outside felt like it was holding its breath, like something waited just out of sight. I started camping out in the living room again, back on the couch where this whole thing began, the security feed always playing on a tablet next to me. The hallway camera stayed still, but I didn't trust stillness anymore. Stillness was waiting. Stillness was watching. I woke up around 4 a.m. on Friday, sweating. Not from a dream. I don't even think I was sleeping. My shirt was soaked. The kind of sweat that comes from dread, not heat. I sat up, rubbed my face, and glanced toward the kitchen. The hallway light was off. I never turned off the hallway light. I stood slowly, every hair on my arm standing up. My foot hit the floor too hard and made a dull thud that echoed more than it should have in a house that small. I looked down the hall. Darkness. I checked the camera feed on the tablet. Black screen. No signal. That was impossible. The camera was hardwired into the wall. I took a breath, held it, and walked toward the hall like someone stepping into water. Each step creaked. I reached for the light switch. Flipped it. Nothing. I backed up, slowly, one foot behind the other. And then something tapped from inside the wall. Once. Then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I ripped the cabinet away from the wall. It hadn't moved, still flush against the baseboard, still blocking what used to be the crawlspace entrance. The drywall patch I installed, still intact, but when I knocked on it gently, like someone approaching a wild animal, it sounded hollow again. Worse than before. I grabbed the claw end of the hammer and started chipping at the edges, pulling the drywall off in small pieces. And beneath it, The panel. Not the one I had installed. Not the one the police had sealed. The original. Like the wall had never been touched. I stumbled back, heart racing. This wasn't just paranoia. Something was undoing what I'd fixed. Something was maintaining the access. I called Ryan. He didn't pick up. I left a message that probably sounded half delirious, then drove to his place, pounding on the door until he opened it in a hoodie and jeans, blinking like he'd just woken up. "Jesus, man," he said, "you look like hell." "Come over," I said, "right now." He didn't ask questions, just grabbed his keys and followed me back. When we got inside, I showed him the wall. "How?" he whispered. "I don't know." "You sealed this. I watched you." "I know." He ran a hand through his hair, then stepped forward and knocked. 3 sharp taps. Something knocked back. Not loud, not fast. Just enough. He jumped. "Okay," he said, backing up. "You need to leave this house. Not until I know what's in there. You're not thinking clearly. This isn't just Craig. This is, I don't even know." We stood there, breathing heavy, staring at the wall like it might open on its own. Ryan turned toward me. "If you open that panel, you better be ready to find something you can't put back." That night, I didn't sleep. I sat across from the hallway, crowbar in hand. At 2:57 a.m., the hallway light flicked on by itself. No click, no hum, just on. 3 minutes later, the panel slid open. Slowly, smoothly. No one came out, but the air changed. It felt thicker, harder to breathe. I stood, camera in one hand, flashlight in the other. I stepped closer, shined the light inside. The crawl space looked deeper than it had before. Longer, wider, like it had grown. I stepped back. Then I heard it. A voice. Soft. Childlike. Whispering. "I don't like it in here." I froze. It wasn't Craig. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was a girl. I turned and ran to my phone, dialing Harlan directly. Voicemail. I didn't leave one. I called Ryan. Straight to voicemail. I stood in my living room, shaking, unsure if I was still awake. Then I heard the voice again. Closer. "Why did you stop looking?" The police arrived at 7:00 a.m. They found me in the hallway, sitting against the wall, the panel wide open beside me. I hadn't moved in hours. I told them everything. Again, the voices, the wall changing, the panel reappearing. They said it was stress, sleep deprivation. They told me Craig's evaluation had come back. He wasn't considered a threat. He was being released under supervision. I laughed when they said that. I asked them to look in the crawl space again. They did. And this time, they found something. A small red hair bow, tangled in the insulation. It didn't belong to me. It didn't belong to Craig. It was old, faded, and when they took it in, they ran it against a local missing persons database. They matched it to a girl named Lily Kearns, reported missing in 2002, 12 years old. Last seen at this address. Before I ever moved in, before Craig ever squatted in the walls, before I ever met him. And just like that, the story changed. This wasn't Craig's obsession. This was someone else's house. And I had walked into it, uninvited. The day they confirmed the bow belonged to Lily Kearns was the day the house finally made sense. Or maybe not sense, maybe just context. You don't live in a place like that and come out of it feeling sane. But at least now I knew I hadn't been imagining everything. The crawl space, the voice, the feeling of being watched from within my own walls. There was a history here, and I had stepped into it blindly. They reopened her case. Turns out Lily Kearns had gone missing from this very house over 20 years ago. She'd been in foster care placed with a couple who'd vanished shortly after she did. No one had connected the house back then, not after it was flipped and sold a few years later. No one remembered, or maybe no one wanted to. The bow was enough to shake things loose. They sent a cadaver dog into the crawl space the next week. And that's when they found her. Not just her remains, but the toys, the blanket, a name carved into the wood. Lily, etched by a child's hand into the back wall. They never found the foster parents. And as for Craig, he hadn't known about her. When they showed him the pictures, the carving, the bow, he broke down. They said he wept like a child, said he never saw her, never heard her, said he only chose that crawl space because it felt safe, familiar, like someone was protecting him. Harlan told me that part. I didn't respond. The house sat empty for 2 weeks. I stayed with Ryan, sleeping on his couch, drifting between exhaustion and something worse. Not quite paranoia, more like residual dread. Like even though the danger had passed, my body hadn't gotten the memo. The closet stayed boarded, the cabinet untouched, but I couldn't stop thinking about that voice, the one that whispered to me, "Why did you stop looking?" I hadn't told anyone about that, not even Ryan, because part of me knew it wasn't something I could explain. It wasn't just a memory or a hallucination or a leftover echo from trauma. It was real. She was real. A girl who had been trapped, forgotten, hidden so deeply that even when someone lived right above her, they didn't know she was there. And somehow, I think she forgave me. Or maybe she just wanted me to finish it. I went back to the house the following weekend. Alone. Ryan offered to come with me, but I needed to face it without a buffer. I needed to look it in the eye and prove it didn't control me anymore. The locks had been changed. Again, standard procedure. There were still police markers on the doorframe, warning tape on the crawl space wall, but no one was watching anymore. I walked the house in silence. Kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, all untouched. Then the hallway. The panel was still open. I sat down in front of it, legs crossed like I was waiting for a confession. There was nothing inside now. No drafts, no breathing. Just stillness. But it felt different. Less like waiting, more like resting. I pulled out a small box I'd brought with me. Inside was a new hair bow, not an exact replica, but close, red velvet. Neat little knot. I'd found it at a second-hand shop and knew it had to come here. I crawled inside, just far enough to reach the corner. And I left it there. No cameras, no photos. Just a gesture, an acknowledgement. You were here, you mattered. I backed out slowly and sealed the panel myself, with screws this time, then covered it with drywall, sanded it, painted over it. No more access, no more hiding places. 2 months later, I sold the house. Didn't make a profit, didn't care. The buyers were a retired couple, sweet people. They didn't ask many questions. The real estate agent kept it light, focused on the updated appliances and big backyard. No one mentioned Lily, and I didn't offer. Not because I wanted to hide it, but because it wasn't mine to share anymore. She was found. That part was over. I moved to a small apartment near the edge of town. Nothing special, just a clean, quiet space with no crawl spaces, no closets near the hallway, and no drafty walls. It took me a while to sleep without checking the cameras every hour. Took even longer to shower without leaving the bathroom door open. But time passed, and the tension eased. Craig was transferred to a long-term facility. He writes me letters sometimes once a month, always the same tone, friendly, measured. He signs them "your friend," like nothing ever really went wrong. I never write back. I don't hate him, but I don't want him in my life. Some people are shadows, even when they're standing in the light. One morning, I got a call from Detective Harland. He was brief, as always. They finished the crawl space inspection, he said. Turns out it was a retrofit, part of an old bomb shelter built in the 60s. Must have been hidden for decades. Explains the size, I said. Explains how she went unnoticed, too, he added. Hell of a thing. We didn't talk much after that. I think he wanted to say more, but didn't know how. So I thanked him and hung up. It's been almost a year now. I still think about her. Not Craig, not the house. Her. Lily. Sometimes I wonder what she saw in those final moments, what she thought about, whether she believed anyone would come for her. And sometimes I think about that voice in the night. Why did you stop looking? And I say quietly, when no one else is around, I didn't. I found you. That's what matters in the end. Not how it started, not even how it ended, but that the silence was broken, that someone listened, that someone cared. She's not in the walls anymore. She's free, and so am I. I don't believe in ghosts, never have. To be honest, I laugh at that kind of stuff. All those ridiculous ghost hunting shows, blurry photos, and people swearing their grandma's house is haunted just because the floor creaks at night. It's all just stories, nothing real. That's what I thought. But after what happened to me on the night shift, I don't know what to believe anymore. I wish I could go back to being that guy who laughed at this stuff, I really do. Because now, I can't even think about it without feeling sick. I used to work as an overnight security guard at Ridgeway Mall. Not a great job, not a bad one either. The pay was garbage, but it was easy. Just me, a chair, some monitors, and the same empty hallways night after night. The mall closed at 9 p.m., but we didn't officially lock the doors until 10. After that, it was just me and the cameras. It wasn't a big mall, just 2 floors, a food court, and maybe 30 stores total. A few clothing shops, a pharmacy, some overpriced shoe stores, nothing special. But it had been around since the 80s, and it felt old. Even during the day, it had this weird, quiet energy, the kind that made you check over your shoulder for no reason. At night, it was worse. Once the last janitor left, it was just me and the silence. I used to tell myself I liked it, that it was better than dealing with annoying customers or a boss breathing down my neck. I don't tell myself that anymore. The first time I saw her, I didn't think anything of it. It was a little past midnight. I was in the security office watching the camera feeds, half asleep like usual. Then, out of nowhere, movement. One of the screens flickered, camera 8. I sat up, rubbing my eyes. A woman was standing in the middle of a clothing store. She had long, dark hair and was wearing a bright red dress. The kind you'd notice, the kind that didn't belong in a mall after hours. I frowned, leaning closer to the monitor. It wasn't unheard of for someone to get locked inside after closing. Sometimes, a kid would fall asleep in the movie theater, or some drunk idiot would hide in the bathroom. But something about her was off. She wasn't moving, just standing there. The security cameras didn't have sound, but even through the grainy footage, I could tell she was staring at something. I grabbed my radio. "Dispatch, this is Charlie. I've got a possible trespasser in Forever 21. Gonna check it out." No response. Typical. The only other guard on duty was probably asleep in his car. I sighed, grabbed my flashlight, and headed toward the store. It took me less than 5 minutes to get there. I stepped inside, sweeping the flashlight across the empty aisles. Nothing. No woman, no red dress. Just rows of mannequins and racks of clothes. I checked the fitting rooms, the stock room, everything. No sign of her. I walked back to the office, feeling weirdly on edge. When I checked the footage again, my stomach dropped. Because at the exact moment I had entered the store, she had walked out. She had left the store before I got there. And I had never seen her. I sat back in my chair, rubbing the back of my neck. Maybe the cameras were lagging. Maybe I had just missed her. That's what I told myself. I wish I had believed it. The next night, I saw her again. This time she was standing in the food court. Same red dress, same long dark hair. Just standing there. Not eating, not moving. Like she was waiting for something. I didn't bother calling it in. I just went straight there. And again nothing. No footprints, No sign that anyone had been there at all. By the time I got back to the security office, my hands were shaking. I rewound the footage. This time, I caught something else. When I had left the security room to go check, she had turned her head, slowly, and looked directly at the camera. I slammed the laptop shut. This was a prank. Had to be. Someone was screwing with me. Maybe a coworker had hacked the system, or some punk kid had found a way to loop old footage. I wanted to believe that. But a small growing part of me knew better. For the next few nights, it kept happening. Every night, somewhere different. Sometimes in the pharmacy, sometimes near the escalators. Always alone. Always staring at something I couldn't see. I stopped checking in person. What was the point? She was never there. And the worst part, I started getting this feeling. Like she was getting closer. At first, she had been far away, in the big open spaces of the mall. But then I started seeing her just outside the security office, standing at the end of the hallway, standing at the top of the stairs, standing in the reflection of the glass doors just before I turned off the lights. It was like she was testing me, seeing how long it would take before I broke. I didn't tell anyone. Because honestly, what the hell would I even say? Hey boss, there's a woman in a red dress who keeps showing up on the cameras but isn't really there. I'd be fired or laughed at. So I just kept watching and waiting and hoping it would stop. It didn't. One night, right before my shift ended, I was watching the cameras like usual. The mall was empty. The janitors had left. Then movement. Camera 12. I clicked on the feed, already knowing what I'd see. The woman in the red dress. Only this time, she wasn't in a store. She wasn't in the food court. She was in the hallway. The one that led directly to the security office. My stomach tightened. I watched as she took slow, deliberate steps. Closer and closer, until she was just outside the office door. I could feel my pulse in my throat. The screen flickered. She raised her hand, knuckles just inches from the door. Then, the power went out. Everything went black. The screens, the lights, the emergency backups, all of it. I didn't even have time to react. I heard one thing, just before everything cut out completely. The slow, quiet creak of the security door. Opening. Then, nothing. I don't remember standing up. I don't remember reaching for my flashlight. All I remember is the dark. Thick, heavy, wrong. I couldn't see a damn thing. The security office was small, barely big enough for a desk, a chair, and the monitor station, but when the power went out, it suddenly felt huge. Like the walls had pulled back, like there was too much space around me. Too much room for someone else to be there. I gripped my flashlight, hand slick with sweat, and flicked it on. The weak beam cut through the darkness. I swept it across the office desk, chair, monitors, nothing out of place. Then I turned toward the door. It was open, a crack just wide enough to see into the hallway. I knew I had locked it. I always locked it. My stomach twisted. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to breathe. Hello? My own voice sounded wrong, small, like it didn't belong in the air. Silence. Then, a sound. Soft, deliberate. Footsteps. Slow. Coming toward me. I felt every muscle in my body tighten. I flicked the flashlight toward the door. The beam caught nothing but empty space. But the footsteps kept coming. I couldn't see her, but I could feel her. Standing just outside the doorway, watching me, waiting. I gripped the radio at my belt, hands shaking, and pressed the call button. Dispatch, this is Charlie. I need. Static. I squeezed the button again. Dispatch, come in. The power's out. I need backup. Nothing. Just more static, like the signal had been swallowed. Like I was the only person left in the entire mall. I turned back toward the door and froze. The chair behind my desk was spinning, like someone had just been sitting in it and had stood up. A sharp wave of nausea hit me. I backed up, flashlight trembling in my grip. My foot hit something solid. I stopped breathing. I didn't want to turn around. I didn't want to see what was behind me. I turned anyway and saw nothing. The wall, the filing cabinet, nothing else. But the air felt thick, like something had just been there, like something was still there. I needed to get the hell out. I lunged for the door, grabbing the handle and yanking it open. I ran. The hallway was too quiet. I half expected alarms to be blaring, backup generators kicking on, but there was nothing. Just silence and darkness. My flashlight beam bobbed as I moved, my shoes slamming against the tile. I turned the first corner, then the next, heading for the emergency exit near the loading dock. It should have taken less than a minute, but the hallway felt longer, like I wasn't getting anywhere. Like no matter how fast I moved, I was still in the same place. Then up ahead, a shadow, a figure. I skidded to a stop. My breath caught in my throat. I lifted the flashlight, my fingers aching from how tight I was gripping it. She was standing there, the woman in the red dress. She wasn't moving, wasn't walking toward me. She was just waiting, like she knew I had to come this way, like she knew there was nowhere else to go. My chest tightened. The way she was standing, too still, too straight, too unnatural. Something was wrong with her. I took a slow, shaky step back. And then she took a step forward. I turned and ran. I don't know how long I ran. Maybe it was only seconds. Maybe it was longer. All I know is that when I turned another corner, I slammed into someone. A real person. A real, solid person. I stumbled back, my flashlight clattering to the floor. A hand grabbed my shoulder, keeping me upright. Jesus, Charlie, what the hell are you doing? I looked up. Brandon, one of the janitors. His brow was furrowed, confused. His mop was still in his other hand. My chest heaved. I couldn't get a word out. He frowned. Dude, you okay? I bent over, bracing my hands on my knees, trying to breathe. The hallway lights sputtered back on. A loud hum filled the air as the mall's power returned. I lifted my head slowly, blinking at the sudden brightness. Everything looked normal, like the power had never gone out. Like I hadn't just been running for my life. Brandon gave me a weird look. You look like you just saw a ghost. I let out a short, humorless laugh. I think I did. He smirked, shaking his head. Yeah, well, it's Ridgeway. Wouldn't surprise me. I forced a chuckle, but my hands were still shaking. I looked back down the hallway. Empty. No woman in a red dress. No one waiting in the shadows. Nothing. Come on, Brandon said, clapping a hand on my back. Let's get you some water. You look like you're about to pass out. I nodded, still too shaken to argue. As we walked back toward the main floor, I kept looking over my shoulder. Every empty hallway, every darkened store, every shadow. And the whole time I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't outrun her, that she had let me go. For now, because she knew I'd be back tomorrow, and she'd be waiting. I never should have gone back. I should have quit the moment the lights went out, the moment I heard those footsteps, the moment I felt something standing in the room with me. But I convinced myself it wasn't real, that I had been tired, stressed, maybe even half asleep at my desk when it happened. That's the only way I could explain it. Because if I admitted it was real, then I had to admit something worse, that I wasn't alone in that mall at night. The next evening, I walked into the security office like nothing had happened. Like I hadn't blacked out in the food court. Like I hadn't felt someone breathe against my ear. I set my coffee down, logged into the system, and checked the cameras. I told myself this was just another night shift. Nothing weird was going to happen. And for the first few hours, I was right. Midnight came and went. I did my usual rounds, checked the exits, made sure all the stores were locked. No flickering cameras, no movement in the halls. For the first time in weeks, I started to think maybe, whatever it was over. Then 2:11 a.m. Camera 3 flickered. My stomach dropped. I stared at the screen, pulse hammering. The camera was facing the main entrance. And there, standing just outside the glass doors, was her. The woman in the red dress. She wasn't inside this time. She was outside, just standing there, facing the entrance, facing me, waiting. The mall doors were locked. There was no way she could have gotten in. But as I watched, she moved. Not walking, not turning. 1 second she was standing at the entrance. The next, she was closer, right against the glass. Her face was blurred by the glare of the lights, but I swear to God she was looking at me. A deep instinctual fear gripped me. Something in my brain screamed, "Leave, now." I grabbed my keys, my radio, my phone, everything I needed, and bolted from the office. I didn't look at the screens again. I didn't check the hallways. I ran straight to the staff exit near the loading docks. The second I hit the door, I shoved it open and stepped outside. Cold night air rushed over me. I turned, expecting, dreading to see her standing there. But there was nothing. No woman in red. No one outside the mall. I stood there, panting, trying to pull myself together. It wasn't real. It couldn't have been real. I fumbled for my phone, fingers shaking, and called my boss. It rang 5 times before he finally picked up. "Charlie?" He sounded groggy. "I quit," I said, my voice shaking. "I'm done. I don't care about the notice. I'm done." A pause. Then, instead of arguing, he sighed. "Yeah," he muttered. "I figured you might." My heart skipped. "What?" Another pause. Then softer. "You're not the first one, you know." A chill ran through me. "What do you mean?" I whispered. "3 guys before you, all quit the same way. Middle of their shift, freaked out, never came back. I knew it had happened to you too, eventually." My skin prickled. "You knew?" He sighed. "Look, Charlie, I don't know what you saw, and I don't want to know, but let me give you some advice." His voice was lower now, like he didn't want someone else to hear. "Don't look for answers. Just be glad you got out." I didn't say anything. I was too scared to ask what he meant. I hung up without another word. Then I got in my car and drove away. And I never went back. That was 2 years ago. I don't work security anymore. I won't take night shifts. I won't work alone. I don't even go to malls after dark. Because I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know that if I had stayed one more night, I wouldn't have left at all. The first cigarette butt showed up on a Tuesday. I was rinsing out a coffee mug when I noticed it just lying there in the grass. A pale white stub with a smudge of lipstick that definitely wasn't mine. I don't smoke, never have. And my daughter Maddie is barely 16 and swears she hasn't either. I trust her. She's not the type to sneak around, and she knows better than to lie to me, especially about something so obvious. At first I figured it was the wind. Maybe someone on the hiking trail behind our house flicked it and it blew over the fence. We live right up against the woods, just outside of town. Quiet mostly, peaceful. Our backyard dips down into a patch of trees that eventually links up with a trailhead about half a mile out. It's the kind of place you move to when you want to get away from traffic and neighbors yelling through apartment walls. I didn't think much of it that day. But then Wednesday came, and there were 3 more buts. Same brand, same lipstick. By Friday, I had collected 7 in total, all from the same spot right where the grass fades into trees, just behind the shed. That's when I started to feel weird about it. I didn't tell Maddie. She'd had a rough week already, sophomore midterms, a group project falling apart, and drama with her best friend over a boy who wasn't even cute. I didn't want to dump my anxiety on her, not when it could still be nothing. I figured I'd keep an eye on it. That night, around 2 in the morning, the motion light went off. It shines right at the back of the yard. I installed it when we first moved in, mostly because Maddie was scared of raccoons back then, and the light gave her peace of mind. It's sensitive, but not that sensitive. A squirrel won't set it off. Something big enough, a person, a deer, maybe a bear would. I got out of bed and peeked through the blinds. The yard was empty, light glowing, nothing moving. I told myself it was nothing, probably a deer, maybe even a gust of wind strong enough to shift the trees. The next morning, I found something new. Behind the shed, nestled in the leaves and dirt, was a folded blanket, not one of ours, a fleece throw, the kind you'd buy from Walmart, covered in burrs and bits of pine straw. Beside it were 2 empty granola bar wrappers and an opened water bottle, half drained and cloudy. Someone had been sitting out there, sleeping maybe, camping in my backyard. The pit in my stomach turned into a full-on ache. I called the non-emergency police line. A young officer came by around noon. He was polite but clearly skeptical, the kind of tired that comes from dealing with calls that don't go anywhere. "Probably just a transient," he said. "We've had a few come through lately. Could be someone passing through the trails." "But the cigarette butts," I said, "and the light, and the blanket, it's right behind the shed." He nodded, jotted something down. "We can send a car by tonight," he offered. "But unless we catch someone in the act, there's not much we can do. You might want to invest in a camera. Get something motion, activated. They're pretty cheap nowadays." He left shortly after that. I stood at the edge of the yard for a long time, staring at the tree line, trying to spot movement. Nothing but rustling leaves and the distant sound of a lawnmower from across the road. That afternoon, I ordered a cheap camera online. It arrived in a day. Fast shipping was one of the perks of living close enough to a town, but far enough to feel like you were out of it. I installed it on the corner of the shed, facing the yard. The app on my phone let me see live footage and recorded clips when the sensor picked something up. For 2 nights, nothing happened. No light, no alerts, nothing unusual. Then, on the 3rd night, Sunday, the camera pinged me at 2:12 a.m. I was already awake, couldn't sleep. I tapped the notification, and the feed loaded slowly, almost like the camera didn't want me to see what it caught. When it finally played, I stopped breathing. A man, just sitting there. dead still. In the dark, facing the house. He was on the blanket, knees pulled up, arms resting across them, hoodie pulled over his head, face shadowed. I couldn't see his expression, but I could feel it, the stillness, the weight of being watched. He didn't move for the full 2-minute clip, just sat, silent, focused. I saved the footage and called the police. They came faster this time. 2 officers. They swept the backyard with flashlights, walked the perimeter, poked around the trees. They found the blanket again, a new pile of wrappers, and this time something worse. A small canvas bag tucked behind a log near the edge of the woods. Inside were food items, trail mix, jerky, water bottles, a small flashlight, a pocket knife, and a folder. Photos. All of Maddie. Some from inside the house, her at the kitchen table, eating cereal, her brushing her hair in the bathroom, half seen through the upstairs window. One from last week, when she'd fallen asleep on the couch, lit only by the TV. They were taken through our windows. From the yard. My stomach turned. The officers were suddenly all business. They called for backup, started marking the area. One stayed to take my statement while the other went door to door, asking if any neighbors had seen anyone lingering near the trail. I sat on the edge of my couch while Maddie slept upstairs, oblivious. I didn't know how to process it. Somebody had been in our yard, not just passing through. Watching, waiting. I'd always thought our home was safe, quiet, private. But that night I learned something I never wanted to know. Sometimes danger doesn't break your door down. Sometimes it waits quietly just outside your window. The next morning, Maddie found me in the kitchen, still in my clothes from the night before, sipping coffee like it could undo everything. I hadn't slept. The police stayed until after 4, searching the perimeter and taking the folder with the photos. They promised a full report and said they'd assign a patrol car to do drive-bys at night, but their words felt weightless. "You okay?" Maddie asked, rubbing her eyes. I nodded too quickly. "Yeah, just couldn't sleep." She glanced toward the back window. "Is something going on? There were cops outside last night." She noticed. Of course she did. Somebody's been trespassing. The police are just being careful. Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't push. That's creepy. I leaned against the counter, watching her pour cereal. Every instinct in me screamed to keep it from her, to shield her from the full weight of what was going on. But then I remembered the photos. Her face through a window, unaware, framed by shadows. She had a right to know. She had to. "Maddie," I said carefully, "there's more." She paused mid-bite. "More what?" There was a man in the backyard, sitting behind the shed. The camera caught him. Her spoon clinked against the bowl. She didn't speak. I kept going. The police found a camp near the woods, food, a sleeping bag, and I took a deep breath, a folder with photos of you. That was the moment her expression broke. It wasn't fear right away. It was disbelief, like maybe I was playing a sick joke or I'd misunderstood. "What do you mean?" "Photos. Taken from outside, through the windows. It looks like he's been watching us for a while." Her hands trembled. She set her spoon down and folded her arms like she was suddenly freezing. "Why didn't you tell me last night?" "I didn't want to scare you until I knew it was real." She didn't say anything. Her eyes welled, but she blinked the tears back. "Are they going to find him?" I wanted to say yes, that the police were experts and would handle it, that this guy would be arrested and we'd never have to think about it again. But the truth was, they didn't know who he was. No fingerprints, no ID, no leads. "I hope so," I said. Maddie didn't finish her cereal. She stayed home that day. I called the school and gave some vague excuse about a family emergency. She spent most of the morning in her room, door closed, and I didn't push her to talk. I spent the time pacing the house, checking every window, every lock. I pulled all the curtains and shut the blinds, even the little ones in the bathroom. At noon, the officer from the night before called. His name was Connors, and he sounded more awake now, more formal. "No matches on the fingerprints," he said. "The guy wiped everything clean. But the photos, we're taking this seriously. That's stalking. It's criminal." "Do you think he's still around?" There was a pause. "We don't know, but we found cigarette butts along the trail again. Still warm. So he's watching us." "We can't confirm that, ma'am, but I'd suggest keeping your doors locked, staying in groups, and making sure your daughter's not alone outside, especially at night." I thanked him, hung up, and immediately went to check the locks again, even though I already knew they were secure. That night, Maddie and I slept in the same room. I dragged the armchair from the living room into the corner of her bedroom and sat there while she dozed off. She pretended to be okay, but every time the house creaked, her eyes shot open. The camera app on my phone stayed open all night. No alerts. But I didn't sleep a second. At 6:00 a.m., the motion light went off again. I held my breath, grabbed the phone, and checked the camera feed. This time, there was no man. Just a shadow. Something moving past the shed, too fast to be clearly seen, but definitely not an animal. I got up, careful not to wake Maddie, and went downstairs. I hesitated at the back door, hand hovering over the knob, heart thudding in my ears. Then I unlocked it and stepped outside. The grass was wet with morning dew. The woods were still, heavy with fog. I crept toward the shed, flashlight in one hand, phone in the other. Behind the shed, the blanket was gone. But there was something else. Another photo. This one pinned to the shed's wall with a nail. It was Maddie, again, but not from the window. This one was recent. She was sitting at the kitchen table, back to the window, phone in hand, and the note beneath it scribbled in tight block letters. "She looks just like her mother." I ripped it down and stumbled back inside, locking the door behind me. My legs gave out and I sat on the kitchen floor, shaking. This wasn't random. This wasn't a drifter. Whoever he was, he knew us. And he was escalating. I showed the note to Officer Connors later that day, when he returned with another officer to collect the new evidence. He didn't say much at first, just read it, then folded it carefully into an evidence bag. "He's fixated," he said finally, We're going to do a canvass of the area. Talk to your neighbors. Someone might have seen something." "What am I supposed to do? I can't keep her locked inside forever." "Do you have anywhere you can stay? Friends? Family nearby?" "My sister. She's about 40 minutes out." "I'd go," he said, "just for a few days. Give us time to look around without worrying about your safety." I hated the idea of running, of being chased out of my own home. But when I looked at Maddie, curled up on the couch under a blanket, pale and quiet and not herself, I knew we couldn't stay. That night I packed a bag. As we pulled out of the driveway, I glanced one last time at the woods behind the house. The trees were still, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us from just beyond the edge. My sister's place felt like a different world. It was bright, loud, and filled with the chaos of her 3 boys tearing through the house like mini tornadoes. The noise was overwhelming, but in a way that felt oddly comforting. Maddie and I took the guest bedroom upstairs, the one with bunk beds and posters of old superhero movies peeling off the walls. She didn't complain. In fact, she didn't say much at all. That first night she lay on the top bunk while I paced the room, phone in hand, refreshing the camera app from home. Nothing. No movement. No new alerts. Still, I couldn't sleep. I lay there staring at the underside of the top bunk, watching the slats and shadows shift with every flicker of light from the hallway. At some point around 2:00 a.m., Maddie spoke. "Why would he write that?" Her voice was quiet, small, like she was talking to herself more than to me. I knew what she meant, the note, the photo, the line that kept echoing through my head. "She looks just like her mother." I sat up slowly. "I don't know," I said, but I did. Or at least I had a terrible suspicion that I didn't want to give shape to yet. "I don't remember, Dad," Maddie said. I froze. She rarely brought him up. "He left when I was 4. You never talk about him." I took a breath, because there's not much to say. She rolled over, staring down at me from the top bunk. "Was he ever weird? I mean, with you?" I blinked up at her. "No, never. He was just gone. He didn't want to be a dad, that's all." But even as I said it, I wondered if I still believed it, or if I ever had. The next morning, I got a call from Officer Connors. "We did a sweep of the woods behind your house," he said. "Found the campsite again. He's moved further out, maybe 30 yards deeper into the tree line. Same supplies, same blanket. He left in a hurry, though." "Is he gone?" "No, we don't think so. He's still nearby. He left something behind." I pressed the phone harder to my ear. "What?" "A journal, pages torn out, mostly gibberish, but some names, some drawings. Your name is in there, and your daughter's." I felt my throat close. "There's more," he said. "We found a receipt for cigarettes, purchased at a gas station about 15 minutes from your house. Do you have footage?" "We're checking now. We've also asked them to alert us if he returns. For now, I suggest staying where you are." I hung up, hands shaking. Later that afternoon, Maddie and I sat outside on the patio while my nephews launched foam rockets into the grass. She was scrolling through her phone, silent again. The sky was overcast, and the air felt heavy, like it was full of static. "You ever feel like someone's following you, even when you're safe?" she asked suddenly. I looked at her. "Yes," I said. She didn't say anything else. That night, the camera app pinged at 3 a.m. I sat up in bed so fast, I nearly fell out of it. The thumbnail showed a figure in the yard. I tapped it, heart pounding. It was him. The man. He was standing behind the shed again, only this time closer to the house, closer than he'd ever been. He wasn't sitting, he wasn't hiding. He was standing upright, arms at his sides, head tilted slightly upward, looking straight at the kitchen window. At the camera. At me. It was like he knew. The clip was 30 seconds long. He never moved, just stared. Then the feed cut off. I called Connors again. He sounded exhausted but alert. "Don't go back yet," he said. "We'll increase patrols. But I'm telling you, this guy is watching. He knows when you're there and when you're not. He's waiting." "For what?" "We're not sure. But he's patient, and he's not gone." The next morning, Maddie found something on her phone. An airdropped image. Not from a number she knew. Not saved to her messages. Just sitting in her photo gallery. It was her. A shot from behind, standing in my sister's backyard, taken from a distance. Time stamped 20 minutes earlier. She hadn't left the house all morning. That meant he was here. Not at our home. Here. My stomach dropped so fast I nearly got sick. We called the police again, and they sent a car, but it was the same story. No footprints, no one on camera, no real proof that the photo hadn't been taken days ago, even though we knew it hadn't. That night I sat with Maddie in the guest room while she cried quietly into my shoulder. I didn't have answers. I didn't have plans. I just had rage and fear and a gut-deep feeling that this wouldn't stop until I made it stop. He was hunting us, and he was better at it than we were at hiding. So I did the only thing I could think of. I went home. Alone. I didn't tell Maddie I was going. I left her with my sister, who had enough sense not to ask too many questions. I drove back to our house just after dark, parked in the garage, and turned off every light. Then I waited. I had the camera app open. I had a flashlight in my lap. I had a kitchen knife beside me. And I had a plan, if you could call it that. It was simple. Wait. Watch. And if he came back, follow. Because whoever he was, however he knew us, I needed to see his face. Not through a blurry clip. Not through the window. Face to face. And if I could get that far, maybe I could finally end this. I sat there in the dark for hours, the only sound in the house the low hum of the refrigerator and the occasional pop from the wooden floor shifting under old age. I'd left every light off. The camera feed was pulled up on my phone, volume turned low, notifications silenced except for one, the motion alert. I didn't blink much, couldn't. Every minute dragged. Just before 2:00 a.m., the camera sent a push alert. Motion detected. My heart jerked up into my throat. I tapped the notification. There he was. On the screen, the man again, standing behind the shed, just like the night before, only now he was closer. The edge of his hoodie caught the light, and I could make out more this time a beard, not full but patchy, graying at the sides, dark eyes under the shadow of his hood. He didn't move. But he wasn't just staring this time. He was smiling, only with one side of his mouth the corner twitching up like he knew I was watching. I tapped back out of the feed, slipped on my shoes, and grabbed the flashlight and knife. My hands were sweating. This was reckless, I knew that. Every part of me was screaming not to go out there. But if the police weren't catching him, and he kept getting closer to my daughter, I couldn't wait around anymore. I stepped out the back door as quietly as I could, letting it click shut behind me. The yard was cold. The grass was slick from an earlier drizzle, and the night air had that thick forestry smell of wet leaves and pine. I turned the flashlight on, keeping the beam low to the ground. The camera had caught him at 2:0. It was 2:8 now. I crept toward the shed, moving slow, trying not to crunch twigs underfoot. I heard it before I saw anything, a footstep in the woods. Deliberate, not an animal, someone moving slowly. I slipped around the side of the shed and waited. Flashlight off now. Heart pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. Another step, closer. Then a breath. And suddenly I realized he was right on the other side of the shed. I turned the flashlight on and lunged around the corner, knife raised. No one. Just trees. Branches swaying, moonlight slicing through the trunks. The blanket was gone again. So was the folder. But something else had been left behind this time, a small cardboard box, perfectly square, wrapped in plastic to protect it from the damp. I crouched down and picked it up. It wasn't heavy, maybe the weight of a couple paperbacks. No markings on the outside. I took it inside before opening it. Back in the kitchen, I sliced through the tape with the tip of the knife. Inside was a stack of photographs, not printed off a phone. Old school, film photos, developed glossy prints with dates in the corners. The first was of me, maybe 20 years ago, high school. I was standing in front of a car I barely remembered, wearing a varsity jacket I hadn't seen in decades. The second was me at my old job, one I hadn't worked at since Maddie was a toddler, taken through a glass window as I was eating lunch alone. The third was Maddie, at the grocery store, not last week, at least 2 years ago, younger, her hair in a braid she hadn't worn since middle school. More photos followed, dozens, some of me, some of Maddie, all taken from a distance. One near the park, another in a dressing room mirror, and one, the last in the box, taken from the end of our upstairs hallway, looking directly into Maddie's bedroom from just outside the door. It was dated 3 nights ago. I dropped the photo. My stomach turned. That's when the house phone rang. I jumped so hard I knocked over the chair behind me. I stared at it, my mind going blank. Nobody used the landline anymore. We only had it for internet bundling. No one ever called it except spam numbers. But I walked over and picked it up. "Hello?" Silence. Then breathing. And a low voice, not whispering but not normal either, like someone trying to suppress a laugh. "She sleeps on the left side," the voice said, "just like you." Then the line went dead. I dropped the receiver like it burned me. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I locked every window, every door, checked the basement, the attic, twice. I called Officer Connors and left a message. I didn't wait for him to call back. I called the emergency line next. A patrol car came within 20 minutes. The officer stayed for nearly 2 hours, walking the woods with a flashlight, inspecting the box and the photos, taking them in as evidence. But there wasn't much else to do. No fingerprints again. No tracks. No one on the nearby cameras. They promised more surveillance, promised to follow up, promised they'd try. But I was done waiting. The man wasn't just camping nearby. He'd been inside. He had a key. Or he'd found a way in we hadn't noticed. A window left unlocked. A forgotten back door. Somewhere in the timeline of the last few days, maybe weeks, he'd crossed a line we didn't even know was there. And if he'd been watching since Maddie was a toddler, like some of those photos suggested, then this wasn't a stalker. It was an obsession. And maybe worse. I packed a second bag that morning. Not to run. To prepare. I took Maddie back from my sister's house that evening. She didn't ask why. She didn't want to be apart anymore, and neither did I. That night, she slept in my room, and I stayed awake in the chair again. This time, I didn't bring just a flashlight and a knife. I brought the baseball bat I kept in the garage. Because if he came back, I wouldn't just be watching anymore. I'd be waiting. The first few hours of the night passed with an eerie stillness, the kind that's too quiet to feel natural. I sat in the same chair by the window, the baseball bat leaning against my leg, and my phone resting face up beside me, camera app open, brightness turned low. Maddie lay curled up in my bed, fast asleep but clutching one of the pillows like it anchored her to the world. She hadn't asked any questions when I brought her back. She just looked relieved to be with me, even in that house. Midnight came and went. 1 a.m. ticked by, then 2. The motion light in the backyard never came on. But around 2:17 a.m., my phone pinged. Motion detected. I didn't hesitate. I tapped the alert, and the feed loaded instantly. The man was back. But this time, he wasn't at the edge of the woods. He wasn't by the shed. He was standing on the porch, right outside the back door. His hoodie was down now, his face fully visible. Pale skin, thin lips, hollow cheeks. His eyes were fixed on the camera, and he was smiling again, only now it was wider, more confident, like he knew something I didn't. He raised one hand and waved. Just once. Then he walked slowly to the left, toward the side of the house, out of frame. I leapt up, grabbed the bat, and ran to the back door. I didn't fling it open. I unlocked it slowly, eased it open with one hand, and stepped barefoot onto the porch. Nothing. The air was cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your jaw and makes your teeth ache. I moved carefully down the steps, flashlight in one hand, bat in the other. I didn't call out. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of hearing fear in my voice. I circled the side of the house. Still nothing. But then I saw it. A smear on the side window. A fingerprint. No, a palm print, a full hand pressed against the glass as if he'd leaned into it to get a better view. It was right outside the laundry room. The curtain was closed, but just thin enough that I knew he'd been watching the hallway. I backed up, skin crawling. Then I caught it movement. In the woods, a figure running. I chased. I didn't think, I just ran. Over the grass, past the shed, into the trees. The flashlight bobbed wildly in front of me, illuminating trunks and roots and nothing else. But I heard him. Leaves crunching, branches snapping. He was fast. Too fast. I sprinted for maybe 30 seconds before I realized how far I'd gone and how stupid this was. What was I going to do if I caught him? He knew these woods better than I did. I was barefoot, in pajamas, holding a bat like it would save me from whatever this man really was. I turned back, and that's when I saw it. A second camp. Not the original one behind the shed. This one was deeper in, hidden under a half-collapsed hunting blind, half covered with brush. Blankets, more wrappers, empty water bottles, and a notebook. I knelt beside it, breath catching in my throat. It wasn't torn up like the one the police had found. This one was intact, filled, front to back, with neat handwriting in dark ink, page after page of names, dates, sketches. At the center of one page, our house. A crude drawing, but unmistakable. And right below it, in capital letters, "She's ready now." I slammed the book shut, heart thudding in my ears. A branch snapped behind me. I stood up fast, turning in every direction, flashlight beams slicing through the dark. But no one was there. I didn't wait. I ran back to the house faster than I ever had in my life. Burst through the back door, slammed it shut, locked every bolt and latch. I woke Maddie. She sat up, groggy and alarmed. "What's going on?" I didn't sugarcoat it. He was here. He waved at the camera. He touched the window. I found another camp. He has a notebook with our house drawn in it. She paled. "I want you to pack a bag," I said. "Anything you need for a few nights." "Where are we going?" I paused. "Somewhere safer." At dawn, I brought the notebook to the station. Connors wasn't on shift, but another detective, an older man named Hargrave, took one look at it and told me to wait in a room. 20 minutes later, he came back with a small file folder. He sat down across from me. "I need to ask you something," he said, "and I need you to be honest." I nodded. "Do you know a man named Gregory Holbrook?" I blinked. The name meant nothing at first. Then it hit me, a memory I hadn't touched in years. I was 19, college freshman, first boyfriend. We'd met at a party, dated for 2 months. He was strange, possessive, intense, always showing up unannounced, calling at weird hours. When I broke it off, he didn't take it well. I moved dorms without telling anyone. I hadn't heard from him since. That was over 17 years ago, I said. He just disappeared. Hargrave nodded slowly. We pulled prints from the new notebook. They match a set from a sealed file. Gregory Halbrook changed his name 15 years ago after a mental health hold. We don't have anything recent on him until now. The room tilted slightly. This whole time, it was him. It looks that way, Hargrave said. He's been watching you, for years, probably. He's fixated not just on you, but your daughter too. He believes she belongs to him. I felt my stomach drop. He thinks Maddie's his? Hargrave didn't answer right away. We've assigned a detail to your home, he said, but I don't want you staying there. Not tonight, maybe not for a while. Do you think he'll come back? He looked at me with the kind of expression that only means one thing. He already has. That night, Maddie and I stayed in a hotel, the kind near the freeway with thick curtains and too much chlorine in the pool. I didn't sleep. She curled up next to me, like she did when she was a little girl and had bad dreams. Only now, the bad dream was real. And outside, somewhere, a man was still watching, still waiting. But for the first time we had a name, and that meant we had a chance. We spent 3 days in that hotel. 3 long, sleepless days filled with whispered conversations, police interviews, and a steady, gnawing fear that no lock, no camera, no barrier was going to be enough. Maddie barely left the room. She kept the curtains drawn tight and only spoke when she had to, her voice low and brittle. I stayed alert, watching the parking lot, double-checking every entry point, always bracing for the knock that might never come. But on the morning of the 4th day, everything changed. Detective Hargrave called just after 7. His voice was calm, measured, but there was something behind it, a tone I hadn't heard in weeks. Resolution. "We've got him," he said. I froze. My hand tightened around the phone. "Where?" "About a mile from your house, in the woods. We had a trail cam set up near the old creek bed. He triggered it around 5 this morning. Units were nearby. Took him without incident." I couldn't speak. "You okay?" Hargrave asked. I think so. You and Maddie are safe now. He's in custody." I looked over at my daughter, still wrapped in the hotel blanket, eyes heavy but focused on me. I gave her the smallest nod, and she blinked, like maybe she didn't believe it yet. "Is he talking?" I asked. Hargrave paused. "He's not denying anything. We found more at the site, another notebook, drawings, maps, and something else." "What?" "A small box. Inside were locks of hair, yours and Maddie's, from different stages of her life. We believe he's been tracking you both for over a decade." I turned away from Maddie, pressing a hand to my chest. My lungs felt too tight. "How is that even possible?" "We're still piecing it together. But it's clear now he started with you. He fixated. And when you had Maddie, he redirected that obsession. He believes she belongs to him. That you took her." I couldn't speak. "Do you want to come in?" he asked gently. "See the files? Ask questions?" "No," I said quietly. "I just want it over." 2 days later, I returned home. Alone. Maddie stayed with my sister a little longer. I needed to see the house first, needed to know it still felt like mine, that the walls didn't hold the echo of his footsteps, that the windows weren't just places he'd watched from. The backyard was silent. The trees were still. No more cigarette butts. No more blankets. The police had cleared everything. No signs of a camp. The notebook had been logged into evidence. The second box taken away. I walked through each room, checking windows, testing locks, inspecting the spots where he might have stood, watched, touched. I stopped at Maddie's bedroom door. It had been left ajar. I pushed it open slowly, half expecting something to be wrong. But it looked just like it always had: soft lighting, posters peeling slightly, a stack of books beside the bed, her favorite hoodie on the back of the chair. Only one thing was out of place. On the windowsill, tucked behind the curtain, was a folded piece of paper. No envelope. No name. Just a single handwritten note. She smiled like you. I only wanted to see her grow up. My hands shook. I placed it into a Ziploc bag and brought it to Hargrave later that day. He looked tired, older than before, but still sharp. "He left this?" I nodded. "We think he slipped it through the window before we picked him up," he said, his way of saying goodbye. Is that what this was to him? Some long, deranged reunion? "He doesn't see it as stalking," Hargrave said. "He's rationalized it, built a world where you and Maddie were his, a world where he was part of your lives. Everything else, the trespassing, the photos, he sees that as proof of love, not obsession." "Can I ask you something?" "Of course." "Why now? Why after all this time?" Hargrave sighed. "We think Maddie's age triggered something. 16. That's how old you were when he first met you. He saw her become what you were, and that line blurred. He couldn't tell the difference anymore." I sat back in the chair, letting that settle. "You stopped it," he said quietly, "before it got worse." "It already was worse," I said. He didn't argue. When I finally brought Maddie home, she was nervous. She stood in the doorway, arms crossed, as if the place might collapse around her. "You okay?" I asked. She shrugged. But that night, she slept in her own room. The lights stayed on and the door cracked open, but she slept. That was enough. We changed the locks, got better cameras. I put up new blinds and added motion lights on all sides of the house. For weeks, we jumped at every creak, every rustle of wind. But eventually, the silence returned, the normal kind. Time passed. Hargrave called once a week, then once a month. The case was solid. The charges were numerous: stalking, breaking and entering, attempted abduction, harassment. And the notebook sealed the rest. Gregory Holbrook would never walk free again. Not because he apologized, but because he never would. He never saw what he did as wrong. But the court did. The system did. That was enough. Months later, Maddie turned 17. She asked for one thing: to go on a hike, the same trail behind the house, the one she used to love before all of this. I hesitated, of course. But I went with her. We packed lunch, took our time, and when we passed the place where the shed meets the trees, she stopped. There was nothing there anymore. No blankets, no footprints, just quiet woods. "I don't want to be afraid of our backyard forever," she said. "You don't have to be." She looked at me, and for the first time in months, her smile reached her eyes. "Some scars don't show. Some stalkers don't scream or knock or break in. They wait, watch, take pieces of your life while you're not looking. But we got ours back. He took years from us. We took everything else from him. And now, we sleep with the windows closed, the blinds drawn, and the camera's always on. Not because we're scared, because we're prepared, because our home is ours again. And no one, not even a ghost from the past, will ever take it from us again." The rental was in a small town tucked away in the foothills, exactly what I needed after months of non-stop work in the city. It was mid-October, and I decided a quiet Airbnb retreat would be ideal for relaxing, catching up on some reading, and getting my head straight. After browsing listings for a few days, one stood out: a modest yet charming two-story house with plenty of positive reviews praising its cleanliness and coziness. The host, a woman named Karen, had glowing feedback from previous guests, mentioning her kindness and the warm atmosphere she provided. It seemed perfect. When I arrived in town, it was late afternoon. The streets were already quiet, and the air had that crisp autumn chill I always found comforting. The rental was located on a tree-lined street, surrounded by similar quaint homes. Leaves crunched beneath my feet as I approached the porch, carrying my duffel bag and laptop. Karen was waiting by the door, waving gently as I approached. She was probably in her early 50s, dressed neatly in a wool cardigan and jeans, with her gray-streaked hair pulled back into a loose bun. She greeted me with a warm smile that instantly put me at ease. "You must be Jake," she said, extending a hand. "Glad you made it. How was your drive?" "It was fine," I replied, shaking her hand politely. "The countryside was beautiful, just what I needed." She nodded knowingly, leading me inside. The interior was clean and homey, filled with the scent of fresh-baked cookies and faint lavender. There was a fire going in the living room fireplace, casting a welcoming glow on the walls. Karen pointed out amenities: the kitchen, bathroom, bedroom upstairs, and showed me around briefly. "I live just across town," she said softly, handing me the keys. "If you need anything at all, just send a message. I usually stop by every other day to bring clean towels or check on things, but otherwise I'll leave you in peace." "Perfect," I replied, genuinely grateful. "Thanks, Karen." She smiled again, her expression lingering just a second longer than necessary. "I'm glad you chose this place. It feels right for you." The comment struck me as slightly odd, but I brushed it off, thanking her again as she waved and walked down the driveway, disappearing around the corner. I locked the door behind her, breathing a sigh of relief. The house was exactly as advertised: cozy, quiet, and private. It was the escape I'd hoped for. My first evening passed uneventfully. I cooked a quick pasta dinner in the small kitchen, then settled into an armchair by the fireplace with a novel I'd been meaning to read for months. Outside, dusk gave way to night, the wind softly rustling leaves against the window pane. It was peaceful, the kind of calm you rarely get in the city. After a couple of hours, my eyelids felt heavy, and I made my way upstairs to the bedroom. The mattress was comfortable, the bedding freshly laundered, smelling faintly of fabric softener. I drifted off to sleep quickly, content in the stillness of my new surroundings. The next morning, I woke early to bright sunlight streaming through sheer curtains. Stretching lazily, I padded into the bathroom to brush my teeth. I paused, toothbrush midair, noticing immediately that something felt off. My toothbrush wasn't in the exact spot I'd left it. It was slightly shifted, resting precariously on the edge of the sink instead of standing upright in the cup. A small thing, easily overlooked, but it bothered me. Shaking off the thought, I took a quick shower, but as I stepped out and reached for my towel, I froze again. It was damp, not soaking, just faintly moist, as though it had recently been used. I stared at it, frowning deeply. I hadn't used it yet. The logical explanation was that Karen had come in early to replace or move something, but she'd promised to always message beforehand. Feeling unsettled, I got dressed and walked downstairs, scanning the main floor. Everything looked untouched. The front door was locked, exactly as I'd left it, and there was no note or message from Karen anywhere. Deciding to give her the benefit of the doubt, I grabbed my phone and sent a polite text. "Hey Karen, quick question, did you happen to stop by this morning?" Within a minute she replied, "Hi Jake, no, not today. Is everything all right?" Unease tightened in my chest. I hesitated, then texted back, "All good, just checking, thanks." Throughout the day, I tried to shake off my lingering paranoia. I explored the small town, had lunch at a local diner, and chatted briefly with the friendly waitress about the town's history. When I mentioned where I was staying, her expression flickered for a brief moment before she smiled again, almost too brightly. "You'll love it there," she said. "Karen's place has a lot of personality." I wanted to ask what she meant, but she quickly moved on to another table before I could. That evening, back at the rental, I couldn't escape the nagging sense of discomfort. After dinner, I set up the small portable security camera I'd brought with me, placing it discreetly on the hallway table upstairs, pointing directly toward the bedroom door. It connected wirelessly to an app on my phone. It was probably overkill, I knew, but it made me feel safer. Exhausted from the day's anxiety, I climbed into bed, forcing myself to relax. Eventually, I drifted into an uneasy sleep, the night quiet and still around me. But at exactly 3:14 a.m., I jolted awake, heart pounding. The room felt oddly cold, shadows dancing across the walls. My phone lay silent on the nightstand beside me, screen dark. I reached for it, intending to check the camera feed, but noticed immediately a notification waiting silently on the lock screen. "Security alert. Motion detected. Camera offline. As of 3:14 a.m. My blood ran cold. Quickly, I opened the app, hands trembling. The live feed was down, the camera showing only a blank error screen. Panic surged through me. Was someone else in the house? Cautiously, I rose from the bed, heart hammering against my ribs, listening intently. The house was eerily silent, except for the faint rustle of leaves outside the window. With shaking fingers, I tried to restart the camera feed, but nothing happened. It stayed dark. I stood there, paralyzed by indecision. Part of me wanted to flee the house immediately, drive away into the safety of town. But another, rational side insisted I was overreacting. Perhaps the Wi-Fi had glitched, or the battery died unexpectedly. Yet the memory of the damp towel, the moved toothbrush, and now this, it was all too much to dismiss as coincidence. Finally, with every ounce of courage I could muster, I approached the bedroom door, opening it slowly. The hallway was dark, empty, and silent. I stepped forward carefully, my breath shallow, listening for any sound, any indication I wasn't alone. But there was nothing, just shadows and silence and the cold, creeping feeling that someone or something had been right here, watching me sleep. I stood frozen in the dimly lit hallway, my pulse thrumming loudly in my ears. Every instinct told me I wasn't alone, that something had invaded the fragile privacy of this home while I slept. But the darkness revealed nothing, just silence, thick and oppressive, pressing down on me from every corner. "Hello?" I called out weakly, immediately regretting it as my voice echoed down the hallway. No reply came. Only the low hum of the refrigerator downstairs, a mechanical reassurance that offered little comfort now. I moved cautiously, each step deliberate and careful, toward the small table where I'd set up the camera. It sat exactly as I'd left it, positioned neatly, lens pointing directly toward my bedroom door, but the indicator light was off, completely dark. I picked it up, feeling a cold trickle of dread run down my spine when I saw it had been switched off at exactly 3:14 a.m. My hands shook as I opened the battery compartment, hoping desperately for a logical explanation. The batteries were still there, undisturbed and fresh. It had simply been turned off manually. A chill prickled my skin as I glanced around nervously, half expecting someone to emerge from the shadows, but the hallway remained empty. Taking a shaky breath, I switched the camera back on. Its tiny green light flickered reassuringly, reconnecting quickly to the app on my phone. Immediately, notifications flooded my screen. Security alert. Motion detected at 3:13 a.m. Security alert. Camera offline at 3:14 a.m. A cold sweat broke out along my spine. Someone had been here, deliberately turning off my camera as soon as motion was detected. I played back the short video clip captured before the feed cut off, anxiety tightening my throat. The footage was grainy in the dim hallway light, but I clearly saw the edge of a shadow move quickly across the wall, disappearing just before the camera went black. My stomach twisted violently. Someone had stood outside my bedroom door, watched me sleep, turned off the only security measure I'd brought. Panic surged through me, overwhelming any rational thoughts I still clung to. I had to get out of this place right now. Still clutching my phone tightly, I rushed back into the bedroom and gathered my belongings in a hurry, stuffing clothes hastily into my duffel bag. Adrenaline made my hands clumsy, but within minutes, I was dressed and ready, duffel bag slung over my shoulder, car keys in hand. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I hesitated, glancing once toward the living room. The fireplace was cold now, the once inviting room dark and unwelcoming. I took one final look around the house that had felt so perfect just yesterday, then opened the front door. Outside, the chill night air hit me sharply, carrying the smell of damp leaves. I locked the front door firmly behind me, eager to leave whatever nightmare lingered here. Quickly, I made my way to my parked car, my footsteps crunching loudly in the silence. I tossed my bag into the passenger seat, climbed in hastily, and started the engine. Relief washed through me as the familiar rumble of my car filled the quiet street. But just as I was about to pull away, headlights appeared behind me. A second car parked directly across the driveway, blocking me in. My heart froze. The driver's door opened slowly and Karen stepped out, her face illuminated by the yellow glow of the street lamp. She looked concerned, confused, holding up one hand apologetically. I rolled down the window only a crack, my voice strained and cautious. "Karen, what are you doing here? It's late." She moved closer, looking genuinely puzzled. "Jake, I got worried. You seemed upset when you messaged earlier, and then I saw your lights on. Are you okay? Why are you leaving in the middle of the night?" My mouth went dry. Someone was inside the house, Karen. My camera caught it. The towels, my toothbrush, they've been moved around. I'm sorry, but I don't feel safe here. I have to go. Her eyes widened in surprise and distress. "Jake, that's impossible. No one else has keys. No one else was here. I swear to you." I shook my head firmly, not wanting to argue. "I appreciate your concern, but something isn't right. My camera detected someone in the hallway. I can't stay." She stepped closer still, leaning down slightly to speak through the gap in the window. "Jake, please, let's go back inside. We'll check together. I can prove nothing is wrong." "It's late. You're panicking. Let me help." Something about her tone set off alarms in my head, a sense that she was almost too insistent, too calm. I hesitated, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Just move your car, Karen. Please, I just want to go." For a long, tense moment, she stared at me, then nodded reluctantly. "All right, but if you change your mind, call me. I promise you, it's safe here." She stepped back, returning to her car. My pulse thundered as I watched her back out, clearing the way. I drove quickly away, hands still trembling, glancing repeatedly in my rearview mirror to make sure I wasn't being followed. After driving several miles, I pulled over into the brightly lit parking lot of a 24-hour gas station. My heart still hadn't settled, but at least I felt safer here, surrounded by fluorescent lights and the occasional passing car. I sat there, trying to calm myself, still gripping the steering wheel as though it anchored me to reality. To ease my nerves, I opened my phone again, deciding to double-check the Airbnb listing for anything suspicious. At first glance, everything appeared normal, mostly positive reviews praising the coziness and Karen's kindness. But when I filtered by date, starting with the oldest, my blood ran cold. There, buried deep beneath dozens of glowing reviews, were messages from past guests who'd clearly experienced unsettling events like mine. Host was friendly, but I woke up feeling like someone had been in my room, read one review from a year earlier. "My towels were damp, even though I hadn't used them yet," said another. One review made my heart stop entirely. "Woke up covered in bruises. No memory of getting them. Left immediately. Host denied everything." I stared in horror, the dread pooling deeper inside me. How had I missed this? The newer reviews drowned out these warnings, leaving them buried, hidden beneath layers of normalcy and praise. As I sat there, my phone suddenly buzzed. Another notification from my security app. A delayed video upload, marked clearly from 3:14 a.m. had just appeared. With trembling hands, I pressed play. The footage showed me sleeping, unaware and vulnerable. And then, slowly, silently, Karen emerged from underneath my bed, standing quietly beside me, her gaze fixed on my sleeping face. She leaned down, whispering words barely audible. "Don't leave yet. You were supposed to stay longer." The video stopped abruptly, leaving me alone in the bright, sterile parking lot, shivering uncontrollably, realizing I'd narrowly escaped something unimaginably dark. And suddenly, the cozy Airbnb felt very, very far away. I sat in my car long after the video ended, frozen, replaying it in my mind over and over. Karen, under my bed. The way she had stood so calmly, as if it wasn't the first time. The whisper, "Don't leave yet." My stomach turned. I checked the video's timestamp again. 3:14 a.m., exactly when the motion alert had gone off and the camera had shut down. She'd known where it was. She'd turned it off. My hands were trembling, but I opened the phone again and began typing a review. I wasn't going to let this slide. People needed to know. I needed to warn them, even if I couldn't fully explain what had just happened. I wrote the truth that something was wrong with that place, with her. That she'd been in the house at night without permission. I didn't care how insane it sounded. When I tried to submit the review, a notification popped up. "This host is currently under review. New submissions are temporarily disabled." My chest tightened. It was possible other people had already reported her. Or maybe she had some way of keeping those reviews buried, flagged as false or removed. I checked the earlier ones again, the ones I'd found buried deep before, and noticed something I'd missed earlier. Most had no responses from Karen. But one, posted months ago, had a single reply under it: "You weren't supposed to remember." My mouth went dry. It had to be her. She was replying to people she'd targeted, people who'd gotten too close to the truth. I needed to talk to someone. I wasn't sure if it was the police or the platform or someone else entirely, but I couldn't just drive home and pretend none of this happened. I had a video, I had proof. I just didn't know what to do with it yet. The nearest police station was only a few miles from the gas station. I drove there, still gripping the steering wheel too tightly. When I arrived, the place was nearly empty, quiet except for the hum of the lights and the soft voice of the night shift officer behind the desk. He looked up as I entered, his face impassive. "Can I help you?" he asked. "Yeah, I need to report something," I said, walking to the counter. "It's kind of weird, but I think I was being watched, or followed. I was staying at an Airbnb nearby, and someone, the host, came into the house, at night, while I was asleep." His expression didn't change. "Do you have proof of that?" "I do. I set up a small camera in the hallway. It caught her coming out from under the bed. I have the footage on my phone. It's real." "Let me see it," he said calmly. I handed him my phone. He watched the video, brows furrowing slightly, but never looking surprised, just quietly processing. When it ended, he looked up, his tone carefully neutral. That is unsettling. Yeah, I said, swallowing hard. That's why I came here. I don't know what she's doing or why, but I wanted to make a report. In case someone else stays there and something worse happens. He nodded slowly, then turned to type something on his computer. And you said her name was Karen? Karen Wilson? I blinked. Yeah, you know her? He didn't answer right away. Then slowly, he stood and disappeared into a back room, telling me to sit tight while he looked into something. I waited. 5 minutes, then 10. The quiet of the station was unbearable, the flickering overhead lights buzzing faintly. My phone buzzed in my hand, an unknown number, no caller ID. I didn't answer. Then a text came through. You shouldn't have shown anyone. My chest tightened. I looked toward the hallway where the officer had disappeared. Still no one. The door hadn't even creaked open. I stood up, walking cautiously to the counter, then leaned over slightly to peek through the hallway. Empty. I backed away and looked at the front door. For a split second I considered leaving, just walking out and calling a different station. But before I could move, the officer returned. He was holding a folder thick, aged, and he set it down gently on the counter. She's been reported before, he said quietly. A few times, all from out-of-towners. People passing through, staying a night or two. Claims just like yours. What happened with them? I asked, heart pounding. Nothing, he said. Reports vanish. No follow-up. Review sites get wiped. In one case, the guest himself disappeared, checked in, never checked out. His car was found 2 counties over, burned out. A cold chill ran through me, and she's still renting out the place. She never owned it, he replied. Property is in her brother's name. Long criminal record. He's never been seen in town, not in years. Everyone just deals with her. No one asks questions. My throat was dry. So what do I do now? He looked me dead in the eye. You leave, tonight. You don't come back to this town. You don't write reviews. You don't post that video. You forget it happened. That's how you stay alive. I stared at him, stunned. You're telling me to do nothing? I'm telling you this isn't the kind of place that listens. And she's not someone you want to challenge. People who do don't stay gone for long. I took a slow step back. You know what she is, and you're still letting her do it. He didn't respond. I turned and walked out, my body buzzing with adrenaline and disbelief. The night air outside was ice cold, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me as I climbed back into my car. I drove straight through the night, my hands never relaxing on the steering wheel. Every time a car appeared behind me, I flinched, afraid it would be hers, afraid she'd somehow gotten ahead of me. It wasn't until sunrise broke over the highway that I finally exhaled. I still have the video. I keep it saved in 3 places. My phone, my cloud storage, a flash drive in a drawer I never open. I haven't shown it to anyone else. Haven't shared it online. Haven't tried to warn anyone again. But sometimes in the middle of the night, I'll get a message from a stranger. Do you know anything about a woman named Karen? And I don't respond. Because she's still there. And she still has room for one. It's been a month since I left that town, since I pulled out of the gas station parking lot with my heart pounding, still reeling from what I'd seen. I've tried to settle back into my life, to find the rhythm I had before all of it. Work, gym, errands, sleep. But it's not the same. Something changed that night. I changed. I still wake up at 3:14 a.m. without fail every night. Not from nightmares. I don't remember dreaming at all. I just wake up, wide-eyed, breath held, listening, as if some part of me expects her to be there, watching from the shadows. I've done everything I can to forget it. Deleted the Airbnb app, canceled the accounts I used for travel booking, removed every notification tied to that town, but some things won't stay buried. You don't just forget something like that. You don't unsee a woman crawling out from under your bed. The worst part? Sometimes I wonder if it really happened. I look at the video, I still have it, but it's grainy. The lighting is poor. The shape is vaguely human, sure, but I could almost convince myself it was just a trick of the shadows. The mind plays games when it's scared, but then I remember the whisper, that voice, the words. Don't leave yet. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And even now, that dread hasn't gone away. A few days ago, I got another message. Anonymous, just like the others. The subject line was simple. Karen's place. No body text, no attachments, just the name. It came through my personal email, one I hadn't used for anything related to the trip. That's when I knew she wasn't done. I debated blocking the sender, deleting the message, pretending I hadn't seen it. But curiosity got the better of me. I clicked reply and typed just one line. What do you know? No response came that day, or the next. But on the third day, a new message appeared. Different address, but probably the same person. She's been doing this for years. Attached was a link to a zip file. I didn't open it right away. I ran antivirus software, scanned everything. Paranoia is second nature now, but eventually I clicked. Inside were screenshots, dozens of them. Old reviews, pulled from archived pages. Some were barely legible, old browser screenshots with text warped and blurred, but the pattern was unmistakable. Woke up with scratches I didn't have before. Heard someone breathing in my room. My boyfriend thought I was imagining it. Only stayed one night. Something was wrong. My phone was moved, charger unplugged. I didn't tell anyone, but I've never felt safe again. Each review came from a different year, a different name, sometimes a different listing title altogether. Cozy getaway in Maple Ridge, secluded artist's loft, warm rustic stay, but always the same host. Karen. The photos showed different houses, slightly different furnishings, but there was always the same hallway, the same guest room, the same neatly made bed. I scrolled through more files, police reports, at least 3 names. Guests who had filed complaints but later withdrew them. One case involved a missing persons report. The man had checked into a short-term rental, last seen picking up groceries the night he arrived. His car was found 2 weeks later, burned out on a logging road miles from town. No body was ever recovered. The case went cold. One file stood out, a blurry image from a home security camera. It showed a woman crouched low, partially obscured by a bed frame. The angle was just off, the lighting poor. But her hair, it was identical. The same gray-streaked bun, The same sweater I'd seen her wear when she greeted me on the porch. Karen. I clicked through the rest of the folder, my heart pounding harder with each file. The last document was a text transcript, just a single exchange. You still do this? They keep coming. They always need a place to rest. I slammed the laptop shut, heart hammering. It wasn't just paranoia. I hadn't imagined it. This was real. That same night I received another message. This one was short but clear. She knows you're watching. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I packed a small bag and drove across town to my brother's place. I didn't explain why, I just said I needed a break. Time to clear my head. He offered the spare room without asking questions, and I've been staying here ever since. But even now, the feeling follows me. It's in the way I check the locks 3 times before bed, how I look under the bed, behind the curtains, even inside the closet. I don't feel safe anymore. Not anywhere. Then today, something new happened. I got a package. No return address. No markings. Just a plain brown box sitting on the porch, waiting for me when I came back from grabbing coffee. My stomach turned the moment I saw it. I took it inside, opened it slowly. Inside was a single object, a key. Attached to it was a note, written in handwriting I didn't recognize, but I didn't need to. Room for one. You left too soon. The key was old-fashioned, iron, the kind you'd see in a historic home, or a place that hadn't been updated in decades. And I knew, deep in my gut, it belonged to that house, her house. She was still reaching out, still watching. I stared at the key for a long time, then placed it back in the box, sealed it, and threw it in the dumpster behind the complex. But I knew that wasn't the end of it. Throwing it away didn't erase the message. It didn't undo what had already been done. Now every time I hear a floorboard creak, every time I wake at 3:14 and stare into the dark corners of the room, I wonder, is she here? Is she under the bed? Somewhere out there, Karen still has her listing. It might be under a different name, a different town, but the hallway will be the same, so will the room. And someone else will book it. Someone will think it's just another getaway, a cozy weekend escape. They'll settle into the bed, fall asleep thinking they're alone. And at 3:14 a.m. they'll wake to the sound of whispering. Don't leave yet. You were supposed to stay longer. I survived, but I don't know how many others will. It was supposed to be over. I had left, driven away, deleted the apps, blocked the number, burned the damn key after fishing it out of the trash because I couldn't sleep knowing it was still there. I even contacted Airbnb again from a different account, using a VPN, hoping I could bypass whatever filters Karen seemed to have wrapped around herself, but I never got a reply. I wasn't sure anyone on the other end even saw the message. I was trying to move on, back at my brother's house, still pretending everything was fine, that I just needed a break from the noise. And for a while, things quieted down. I was still rattled, still checking locks and peering into closets, but I thought the worst had passed. Until last Tuesday. It started with a voicemail. No caller ID, of course. The message was short, 7 seconds, just the sound of breathing, slow, deliberate, close. Then faintly, almost too quiet to hear, the whisper I'd been trying to forget. "Don't leave yet." I dropped my phone. For a second, I thought maybe it was my mind playing tricks again. I replayed the voicemail over and over, each time catching just a few more syllables. "Stay longer." My brother found me sitting in the living room, pale and wide-eyed, gripping the phone like it might bite. "You okay?" he asked cautiously. I nodded, lied. "Yeah, just got some bad news." But I knew it wasn't news. It was a warning. That night, I turned on every light in the house, every single one. I stayed in the guest room with a flashlight in one hand and a metal bat in the other. I didn't sleep. At 3:14 a.m., the lights flickered. Only for a second, maybe two, but they flickered. No power outage in the neighborhood, no bad weather, just my room, just my clock resetting. And when I checked the camera I'd mounted on the door, yes, I had another one, of course I did, it showed nothing. Nothing at all. Except it had been turned off at exactly 3:14 a.m. The same timestamp, always the same. I sat in the dark for hours after that, no longer trying to deny what I'd known deep down all along. This wasn't about a bad rental. It wasn't just a creepy host or a glitchy camera. This was deliberate, coordinated, targeted. Karen, if that was even her real name, hadn't just been watching me during that weekend. She was still watching, and I wasn't the first. So I started digging. Harder than before. I spent days scouring old travel forums, web archives, anything that hadn't been buried or erased. I searched names, addresses, descriptions of the property. I found fragments. Posts deleted hours after they were created. Blog entries that vanished mid-sentence. Even a Reddit thread that simply said, "Don't book the cottage near Maple Ridge," followed by nothing but blank space. I tracked down one username, a guy named Darren who'd posted in a hiking forum about his strange Airbnb experience in the same area. His account had gone inactive 2 years ago. I sent him a message anyway. He replied 2 days later, a single sentence. "You saw her too, didn't you?" I typed out everything, the towel, the toothbrush, the camera, the video, the key. He didn't respond for a full day. When he did, he asked for a phone call. I hesitated, then agreed. We spoke for 35 minutes. Darren's voice was low and hoarse, like someone who didn't talk to many people anymore. He lived in another state now, no social media, changed his name. His story mirrored mine almost exactly. One night stay, strange behavior, subtle intrusions. "I left after the first night," he said, "thought I was being paranoid, but she followed me." "Followed you how?" I asked. "The same way she's following you now. Messages, packages, visitors." I nearly dropped the phone. "She showed up at your house?" "No," he said flatly, "but someone did. A man, clean cut. Said he was with the property management group. Asked a lot of questions. Wanted to know if I enjoyed my stay." "What did you do?" "I moved. Never stayed anywhere without cameras again. But they always find a way back in." "They." He said it like it wasn't just Karen. Like there was a network, a group. People who were all part of it. "Have you ever gone back?" I asked. "To the house?" A pause. No, but I thought about it. I think that's what they want. What do you mean? They want you to go back. It's not about the house. It's about you. They pick people who won't be believed, people who are alone, travelers. They make you question your memory, your sanity. And then when you go looking for answers, that's when it gets worse. That night, I barely spoke to my brother. I told him I wasn't feeling well, that I needed some time to myself. I sat in the guest room with my phone on the desk, watching the camera feed, waiting, daring something to happen. At 3:14 a.m., the app glitched, just for a second. No motion alert this time, just static. And then, in the corner of the screen, a face. Not fully visible, just part of it, eyes staring, close to the camera, so close I could see the reflection in one iris. It was me. The feed cut to black. I slammed the laptop shut, heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. For a moment I felt paralyzed, like the fear had sunk its claws into me completely. But I knew what I had to do. I packed a bag, left a note for my brother, and I drove. Not back to the house, not yet. To the town, to the diner where that waitress gave me that strange look, to the gas station where I'd first felt safe, to the police station where the officer had warned me, quietly, calmly, to disappear. And I realized something they all knew, maybe not all the details, but enough to stay quiet, to look away. Maybe because they were afraid, or maybe because they were part of it. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I was going back. Not for revenge, not even for answers. Just to end it, one way or another. Because I couldn't live like this anymore. Because I knew wherever I went, at exactly 3:14 a.m., she would still be watching. And she would always whisper, "You were supposed to stay longer." I arrived back in Old Town Ridge just after noon. The sky was overcast, casting a gray hush over the sleepy town. The kind of day that felt half-finished, like something important had been forgotten. The streets were mostly empty, a few cars here and there, a couple of people walking their dogs. No one looked up as I passed. No one recognized me, or maybe they did, and they just chose not to show it. The diner was still there, same chipped paint on the windows, same dusty neon sign flickering on and off. I parked across the street and watched it for a minute before heading in. The same waitress was behind the counter. Her hair was different, but I knew it was her. I didn't expect her to recognize me. To her, I was probably just another guest from a long list of faces she'd served. But the second our eyes met, something passed between us. Not surprise, just acknowledgement. I sat at the counter. She brought me coffee without asking. "You came back," she said. "I had to." She didn't nod, didn't blink, just stared into her notepad like it had something important to say. "You're not the first," she added. I figured. She scribbled something, then tore the page out and slid it across the counter toward me. It was an address, not the one I remembered, but close, a few blocks off the edge of town. "They move it sometimes," she said quietly. "The furniture changes, the name on the mailbox, but the room stays the same." I didn't ask how she knew. I didn't ask why she was helping. I just took the paper, finished the coffee, and left a 20 on the counter. The new address brought me to the edge of a quiet residential street, lined with trees that had already shed most of their leaves. The house was smaller than before. White siding, one story, a porch swing creaking gently in the wind. No cars in the driveway, but the front door was unlocked. I stepped inside. The layout was different, new wallpaper, new furniture, but the hallway was the same. I walked slowly down the narrow corridor, passing the framed art, the coat hooks, the creaky floorboard just before the guest room. The door to the room was open. The bed was made. Neatly, perfectly. A single key sat on the nightstand, next to a folded note. I didn't touch either. I just stood there for a moment, taking it in. This was the place. Maybe not the same structure, but the place. And she was still here. I pulled my phone from my pocket and opened the camera app. It was already recording. I'd started filming back in the car. No more glitchy footage, no more shadows. Just me, here, walking through this house, with the truth. I turned slowly and walked back to the living room, where the fireplace flickered. There was no firewood, no switch. It burned anyway. I sat in the chair across from it, facing the hallway, waiting. 3:14 wasn't far off. As the clock on my phone ticked closer, the temperature in the room began to drop, not dramatically, just enough to notice, enough to make the hair on my arms stand up. I checked the camera. Still running. And then, without warning, I heard the sound. The whisper of a door moving. Footsteps, soft, bare, coming from the hallway. I didn't move, didn't speak. I just raised the phone, steady hands capturing everything. She stepped into the room. Same sweater, same face, Karen. Her expression was calm, almost kind, as if we were old friends reuniting. "I knew you'd come back," she said. "I had to," I replied. She looked at the camera, then back at me. Her eyes were strange, too calm, too clear. There was no guilt, no fear, just acceptance. This place, it chooses people. Some don't even know why they book it. They just feel the pull. "What is it?" I asked. "Why me?" She smiled, faint and tired. "It's not about you. Not really. It's about the story. Some people come, and they forget. Some never leave. But you remembered. You saw it for what it was." I didn't speak. She walked to the fireplace and crouched beside it, running her hand through the flames. They didn't burn her, just flickered around her fingers. "I don't make the rules," she said. "I just keep the room ready." "Ready for what?" Her smile faded slightly. "For the ones who need it, the ones who've been touched by it already. It doesn't let go. You carry it, whether you want to or not." My throat tightened. So what now? She stood, brushing her hands off like she'd just finished gardening. "Now you leave. For good. You've seen what it is. That's enough." You walked into the fire and walked back out. "And if I don't?" Her eyes hardened. "Then the room gets another guest." We stood there for a long moment. Then I nodded. I turned and walked back down the hallway, past the key, past the bed, out the door. The air outside was colder now, the wind sharper, but the sky was clearing. I drove straight to the county police department 2 towns over, told them everything, showed them the footage, gave them the address, names, dates. I don't know what they did with it. Maybe nothing, maybe everything. I went home. The messages stopped. The nightmares faded. And slowly I started living again. Weeks later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. When I finally listened to it, the voice was one I didn't expect. The waitress. "They shut the house down," she said. "Came in with a warrant, took everything. She's gone, don't know where. But the house is sealed, cameras, lights. No one's booked it since." She paused. "You ended it, you know, whatever it was." And then she hung up. That night, for the first time in months, I slept straight through. No wake-ups, no whispering, no shadow at the foot of my bed. Just silence. The good kind. I don't know what Karen really was. I don't know if she was part of something bigger or just a symptom of it. But I know this. Some houses don't want to be homes. Some places hold on to the people who pass through like a sickness that refuses to let go. But if you shine enough light into a room like that, sometimes it lets you go. Sometimes it sets you free. And if you're lucky, you never have to check under the bed again. It was early autumn, and the nights were just starting to get colder. I remember pulling my jacket tighter around myself as my friend Sophie and I walked toward the restaurant. We decided to meet at this new place in town, a small, cozy-looking spot tucked between a bookstore and a closed-down bakery. Neither of us had been there before, but we'd heard good things, great food, quiet atmosphere, perfect for catching up after weeks of busy schedules. When we walked in, it felt exactly how we'd hoped. Comfortable lighting, soft music playing quietly in the background, and the gentle hum of conversation filling the room. We chose a table near the window, overlooking the street. Our waiter quickly appeared, friendly and welcoming, taking our drink orders and promising to return soon with menus. "So," Sophie said, leaning back comfortably into her chair, "how's life been treating you lately?" We fell into easy conversation, work, relationships, the usual updates friends share when they haven't seen each other in a while. The restaurant was about half full, peaceful enough that we didn't feel rushed. Around us, people talked softly, enjoying their meals, paying no particular attention to anyone else. About halfway through dinner, though, something began to change. At first, I didn't notice anything unusual, just a vague sense of being watched. It started slowly, like a subtle shift in the atmosphere that made me glance around the restaurant. Across from us, at a small table meant for 2, sat a couple. They looked ordinary enough, probably mid-40s, nicely dressed, quietly talking to each other. But when I glanced in their direction, they quickly looked away, almost too abruptly. I shrugged it off, returning to my conversation with Sophie. It wasn't uncommon for people to glance around at restaurants after all. But a few minutes later, that uncomfortable feeling returned stronger than before. Again, I caught the couple staring this time more openly, the woman leaning in to whisper something to the man. He nodded slightly, still looking straight at us. Am I imagining things, or are those people staring at us? Sophie asked quietly, noticing my distraction. I thought it was just me, I admitted softly. But yeah, they're definitely staring. We shared a small laugh, trying to ease the growing awkwardness, but it didn't help. The couple continued glancing in our direction, occasionally whispering to each other as though we were the topic of their conversation. Finally, the man leaned toward us slightly, clearing his throat to get our attention. "Excuse me," he said gently, offering a cautious smile. "Sorry to interrupt your dinner, but we've been trying to figure it out. You two know each other from school, right?" Sophie and I exchanged puzzled glances. "No," I replied politely, shaking my head. "We never went to school together." The woman tilted her head curiously, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Are you sure? You're both from Hillside, aren't you?" I felt a chill run down my spine. Hillside was indeed my hometown, but Sophie was from several towns away. "Well, I'm from Hillside," I said hesitantly, "but Sophie isn't." The woman frowned slightly, as if I'd confused her. "But Sophie lived there too, briefly, right? Near the old library on Cedar Street." My stomach twisted uncomfortably. Sophie had briefly lived in Hillside near the old library on Cedar Street, something she'd mentioned to me only once or twice in passing. Sophie looked visibly startled, and I saw confusion mirrored on her face. "How do you know that?" Sophie asked carefully, her voice trembling just a little. The couple exchanged another quick glance before the man offered a friendly smile that now felt forced, unnatural. "Maybe we're mistaken," he said softly, "but we thought we recognized you both. Your parents are Mark and Karen, aren't they?" My heart started racing. Mark and Karen were indeed my parents' names. But I'd never met this couple before. I'd never even seen them around Hillside. "I'm sorry," I managed, my voice suddenly dry, "but I don't think we've ever met. Who are you?" The woman smiled reassuringly, but there was something off about it, something hollow and artificial. "Oh, it's nothing, dear. Probably just our mistake. You two just look very familiar, that's all." Her words hung awkwardly between us, clearly untrue. They knew far too much for it to be a mistake. Sophie stared at her plate, clearly uncomfortable, picking nervously at her food. I didn't know what else to say, so I mumbled something polite and turned my attention back to Sophie, pretending to continue our meal as if nothing had happened. But the damage was done. Our conversation had died completely, replaced by tense silence. The couple beside us fell quiet as well, no longer speaking or even whispering. Instead, they sat silently, barely touching their food, occasionally looking our way with unreadable expressions. Finally, the woman stood abruptly, gathering her belongings quickly. The man followed suit, pulling on his coat and avoiding eye contact with us entirely. Without another word, they moved swiftly toward the exit, leaving their plates half-eaten. Sophie exhaled deeply as the door closed behind them, tension draining from her shoulders. "What the hell was that?" she whispered, clearly shaken. "I have no idea," I admitted, unable to hide the unease in my voice. I've never seen those people before. When our waiter returned, he noticed our discomfort immediately. "Is everything okay?" he asked gently, eyeing the couple's abandoned plates. "Did something happen?" "Do you know who those people were?" Sophie asked nervously, nodding toward the empty table. "The couple who just left?" He shook his head, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "No, not at all. They were here before my shift even started, just sitting there for hours, barely touching their food. I've never seen them here before." Sophie and I shared another unsettled look. Whoever they were, they'd known things they shouldn't have, details from our lives, names and places only close friends or family would know. We finished dinner quietly, unsettled, unable to shake the feeling we'd stumbled into something deeply strange. As we stepped outside into the cold night air, glancing nervously up and down the street, I couldn't help but wonder. Who were those people? How did they know so much about us? And what did they really want? After that strange encounter, Sophie and I drifted apart for a while. It wasn't deliberate, but somehow the awkwardness of that night clung to our interactions. Each text message was a little more forced, each casual invitation a bit more hesitant. Neither of us admitted it openly, but I think we both felt it. Something had changed. That couple had slipped quietly into our lives for just one night, but their presence lingered, a shadow neither of us could entirely shake. Life went on, though, as it always does. Days became weeks, and gradually the uneasy memory faded to the edges of my thoughts. Work, family gatherings, birthdays, normalcy pushed its way back in, bringing comfort in routine and familiarity. Soon enough, I began to believe the whole thing was just a bizarre coincidence. Maybe we'd misunderstood something, misread their intentions. Maybe they had overheard our conversation earlier in the evening, pieced together details from snippets of what they'd heard. Strange, sure, but possible. A few months after the incident, I found myself back in Hillside for my parents' anniversary party. My mom had organized a small get-together at their house, and I'd come home to help out and see some familiar faces. The afternoon passed pleasantly, laughter and conversation filling the air. The uneasy memory of the restaurant was the farthest thing from my mind. Toward evening, though, as guests slowly filtered out, my mom pulled me aside, concern etched on her face. "Sweetheart, did you invite someone tonight?" she asked carefully, glancing toward the living room window. "No," I answered, puzzled. "Why?" She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "There's a car that's been parked across the street for hours. I noticed it earlier but didn't think much of it. They're still there." I moved to the window to look. Sure enough, parked beneath the street lamp was a dark sedan, windows tinted, engine off. It looked entirely ordinary, except that I'd never seen it before. Hillside was the kind of town where you recognized cars and knew which house they belonged to. This one didn't belong. "It's probably nothing," I reassured her gently, forcing myself to sound confident. "Maybe someone visiting one of the neighbors?" Mom didn't look convinced, but she nodded slowly, accepting my explanation for the moment. I felt uneasy, though. The car remained in place, silent, unmoving. Later, as the evening wound down, I stepped onto the porch to say goodbye to the last few guests. As they drove off, I noticed the car across the street again, still there, still silent. A sudden impulse took hold of me, driven partly by frustration and partly by a stubborn desire to confront whatever was happening head on. Without thinking too much, I walked toward the car, my footsteps echoing softly on the quiet street. As I approached, the driver's side window rolled down slowly, revealing a woman's face partially obscured by shadows. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She smiled softly, familiar and unsettling. My stomach tightened as I immediately recognized her as the woman from the restaurant. Her voice was calm and pleasant when she finally spoke. "Hello again," she said quietly, almost gently. "Didn't mean to alarm you." My heart began pounding hard against my chest. "What are you doing here? Were you watching us?" She shook her head slowly, a faint, apologetic smile still lingering on her lips. "Not exactly. We just wanted to make sure you were okay." Her words confused me, and anger flickered beneath my fear. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" She hesitated slightly, her eyes briefly shifting to something behind me before settling back onto mine. "We're not following you," she replied carefully. "At least not in the way you think. There's something you need to know. Can we speak somewhere else?" "No," I snapped sharply, frustration edging into my voice. "If you have something to say, say it now." She glanced again over my shoulder, this time more urgently. I turned quickly, instinctively following her gaze, but the street behind me was empty. When I faced her again, her expression had changed now, filled with genuine worry. "I think we've made a mistake," she whispered softly, almost sadly. "You shouldn't be involved in this. We're sorry." Before I could respond, she started the car. Tires whispered softly against asphalt as she drove away, headlights disappearing down the road, leaving me alone and confused on the empty street. Back inside, my mom immediately noticed my shaken expression. "What happened?" she asked, worry evident in her eyes. I took a deep breath, not sure how to explain what had just occurred. Finally, I decided honesty was best. "Remember when I told you about that weird couple at the restaurant a few months ago? She was outside just now. She said they were watching me to make sure I was okay." Mom's face paled slightly, and she moved to the front window again, peering out nervously. "That's not right. Something feels off about this." I nodded quietly, feeling unsettled all over again. My mind spun, replaying every detail of our brief conversation. Why had she been so worried? And what did she mean when she said they'd made a mistake? The rest of the evening passed in tense quietness. I stayed awake late into the night, checking the street every so often, paranoid about seeing headlights again. But the car didn't return. Eventually, exhaustion won out, pulling me into a restless sleep. The next morning, as sunlight filtered softly through my bedroom window, the night before seemed distant and almost dreamlike. But when I came downstairs, my parents were sitting quietly at the kitchen table, speaking softly in worried voices. "What's wrong?" I asked cautiously, feeling dread settle over me. My father slid a folded piece of paper across the table toward me, his expression grave. Someone left this on our doorstep overnight. Hands shaking, I unfolded the note, feeling a chill slip down my spine as I read the simple handwritten message. "We're sorry. Please be careful. We'll try not to contact you again." It was unsigned, anonymous, and yet undeniably connected to everything that had happened. 1,000 unanswered questions rushed through my mind, and no matter how I turned them over, no explanations came. One thing, however, became painfully clear. This wasn't random. They knew me. They knew my family, my friends. And whatever their intentions, they'd decided now that I was in danger. But from what or who I still didn't know. After the note appeared on my parents' doorstep, everything felt different. It wasn't paranoia or fear exactly, but a heightened awareness of every little thing around me. Every unfamiliar car passing slowly down our street, every stranger walking too close behind me at the grocery store, everything suddenly mattered. I felt exposed, vulnerable, constantly watched. My parents urged me to go to the police, but I hesitated. What could I say that wouldn't make me sound crazy or paranoid? There hadn't been threats or violence, just unsettling encounters and vague warnings. The police wouldn't take it seriously, or worse, they'd dismiss it entirely. Without concrete proof, or even a direct threat, there was nothing they could do. Still, my father was insistent, and eventually, reluctantly, I agreed to speak with someone. At the local police station, I sat in a small office, quietly explaining the bizarre situation to a tired-looking detective named Martin. He listened patiently, jotting occasional notes, and only interrupted when he needed clarification. "So, they didn't threaten you directly?" he asked calmly, tapping his pen against his notepad. "No," I admitted softly, frustration building inside me. "But they knew too much. They mentioned specific details about my hometown, about my family. It was creepy." He nodded slowly, thoughtful but clearly skeptical. "Is it possible these were just acquaintances of your parents, or someone who recognized you from social media?" "No," I said firmly. "I've thought about that. My parents didn't recognize the descriptions, and I keep my profiles private. None of this adds up." Detective Martin sighed gently, rubbing his eyes. "Look, I believe you. Something strange is going on, but there's just not much I can do right now. Keep an eye out, document anything suspicious. If anything more direct happens, let me know." Feeling defeated, I left the station and returned to my parents' house, unsure what to do next. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled into something bigger than myself, something hidden and troubling, something I was never supposed to know about. Days turned into weeks, and eventually, life had to return to some form of normal. Sophie and I finally met up again, both of us eager to put the strangeness behind us. Sitting across from her in our favorite coffee shop, we carefully avoided mentioning what had happened at the restaurant, focusing instead on small, safe conversations. Yet beneath every laugh, every smile, there was tension we both pretended not to notice. Eventually, Sophie set down her coffee, her voice quiet but firm. "We can't keep pretending it didn't happen," she finally said, looking me directly in the eyes. Have you heard anything else? No, I admitted, relief flooding me that she had finally spoken up. But someone left a note at my parents' place a few weeks ago. Just said they were sorry, told me to be careful. Sophie's face went pale, her expression troubled. Sam, that's serious. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I don't know, I sighed. I guess I thought if I didn't talk about it, it would just go away. She shook her head gently, leaning in closer. You can't just ignore stuff like that. Whoever they weren't random. They knew things nobody should know. I went to the police, I told her quietly. They couldn't do much without direct threats. Sophie exhaled slowly, clearly frustrated. Maybe it's time to find out for ourselves. If nobody else is going to help us, maybe we need to look into it on our own. At first, the idea terrified Mabute deep down. I knew she was right. We had to do something. Over the following weeks, we began carefully piecing together everything we could. We made notes, retraced our steps, and even revisited the restaurant. But no matter how carefully we searched, we found nothing. No leads, no clues, no couple waiting to explain themselves. It was as though they had vanished entirely, leaving only confusion behind. Then, one evening, Sophie called me, her voice trembling with nervous excitement. I found something, she said quickly. You need to see this. Come over. I arrived at her apartment half an hour later, and she led me immediately to her computer. On the screen was a local news article from Hillside, dated nearly 20 years ago. The headline read clearly, "Local couple missing. Police find no clues." My heart sped up as I skimmed the article. It told the story of a husband and wife, Stephen and Marie Caldwell, who vanished suddenly one night, leaving behind their young daughter. There had been no signs of foul play, no explanations, and eventually the investigation stalled completely. They were from Hillside, Sophie explained nervously. But look at the photo. My breath caught as my eyes focused on the grainy picture of the couple smiling warmly at the camera. Even with the poor image quality, the resemblance was unmistakable. It's them, I whispered softly. The couple from the restaurant. But that doesn't make sense, Sophie said quietly, shaking her head in confusion. This was years ago. Maybe their family? I suggested cautiously. Maybe relatives? She shook her head slowly, glancing nervously toward me. No, Sam. Look closer. It's definitely them. A chill settled over the room, reality slipping slightly as we both struggled to understand what this meant. The couple we'd encountered had known so much because they'd once lived here, in our town, but they'd vanished 2 decades ago without a trace. So who were the people we talked to? I asked quietly, my voice shaking. Sophie didn't answer right away, staring blankly at the screen. Finally, she shrugged, looking lost. I have no idea, but I think we need to stop digging. Whatever this is, it's bigger than us. Maybe they just wanted us to know something happened, something nobody else saw. We never found another explanation. We didn't pursue it further, didn't contact the police again, because honestly, what could we say? A missing couple from 2 decades ago sat beside us at a restaurant, knew our lives intimately, and then vanished again without explanation. Nobody would believe it. Gradually, Sophie and I returned fully to our normal lives. The strange encounters never happened again, and eventually, we allowed ourselves to forget, or at least to pretend we did. We found new restaurants, new friends, and moved forward, carrying only the quiet understanding between us that some questions never get answered. But sometimes, late at night when sleep refuses to come, I still wonder about the couple from Hillside, about what happened to them 20 years ago, and why, for just a brief moment, they appeared to us. Maybe Sophie was right. Maybe they just wanted someone to notice, someone to remember their story, even if we never truly understood it. Even now, that's the closest we've come to making sense of it all, and strangely enough, it's enough.